Design is many things to different people. Most would associate it with art, fashion, and graphics. But that is only one facet of this multi-dimensional concept. Design, more importantly, is also the creation of human-centered solutions. They can be solutions to everyday challenges that make life easier, like adding wheels to your luggage to create the modern four-wheel suitcase. Or they could be solutions to global challenges that affect the lives of millions, like the creation of a shared network where information can be exchanged at any time by anyone at any location, what we now call the Internet. Design is the sum of ideas and expertise from different fields to create an effective, efficient, and sustainable solution. Nurturing design innovators is crucial to the continued advancement of humankind in a world bombarded by unprecedented challenges. They will transform our lives, drive innovation, grow economies sustainably. And at Singapore University of Technology and Design, also known as SUTD, our mission is to nurture the future generation of design innovators. Inspired by the evolution of design thinking, SUTD is revolutionizing design and leading the charge towards a new era of innovation. Students, of which 40% are female, are trained in design innovation and are immersed in a collaborative learning environment where they can easily go from concept to prototype, programming and testing. An interdisciplinary curriculum brings together 5 degree programs for more holistic and creative innovations, be it in education or research. We are united and inspired by a single-minded goal of improving lives and safeguarding our planet. We call this a better world by design. From autonomous systems that can learn and adapt to new innovations in sustainable materials, design with the power of AI can help build smarter, more enjoyable cities, unlocking breakthroughs beyond our wildest imagination. It will also help power our economy to stay competitive into the future. Design powered by technology and AI truly is here to help us build a better world.
Transportation is responsible for a quarter of the world's global CO2 emissions. This is a greenhouse gas that contributes to global warming. About 3/4 of that is due to road transport. This means the cars and trucks that we use to get our goods and to move around. The world vehicle population is about 1.3 billion vehicles today, and it's expected to grow to 2 billion vehicles by year 2050. Freight transport demand is expected to grow 3 times around the same time frame. So the challenge is really how to address this growth and demand. How can we make sure that we fulfill these travel needs sustainably? So my research at SUTD looks at sustainable urban mobility. We are interested in different ways to reduce the environmental impact of transport in our city. One of the most recent projects we did was to look at freight transport or the movement of goods in the city. And we're thinking of different ways to optimize the movement. So one thing we found out through the research study was that trucks actually idle quite a fair bit and also are not fully loaded most of the time. And these are signs of inefficiencies that we're trying to correct. There are several things that we can do as an individual to reduce the environmental impact of transport. First is to avoid car travel wherever possible. So this means adopting virtual meetings instead of physical meetings, or walking, cycling, and taking public transport like the bus or MRT. If we were to take taxi or private hire rides, we can consider sharing the rides. The average car occupancy is only about 1.7 passengers, which is fairly low. A car can actually take on more passengers, so share the ride when you can. Another thing we can do if we were to opt for car travel is to consider using smaller or lighter vehicles that's more efficient than bigger and heavier ones, or even consider the use of hybrid vehicles, which are more efficient. In terms of online shopping, consumers can also make a difference by choosing maybe not so urgent deliveries or having their deliveries sent to delivery lockers. So this reduces the risk of missed deliveries and extra trips that have to happen. So small choices like that can actually make a difference as well.
We are constantly talking about the rising levels of the ocean, and us being within an island, we need to think about which futures we will be inhabiting and how to design for those futures. A future where the water has risen so much that the new structures need to float within the water in order for the kind of community to be able to migrate towards this island. Our research lab is called Form Actions. It is based in SUTD. We have used the topic of interest in Form Actions to also develop the work with the students in the various option studios, always regarding an exploration of the oceans and the condition that the oceans will provide us in, say, 100 years through all the climate crisis that we are very much discussing right now. The Shenzhen Hong Kong Biennale is of particular importance for SUTD because this particular Biennale is called The Eyes of the City and is about the inclusion of new technologies into the way in which we live, and within those there is one particular district that has a topic that is about water. So I think it's a very appropriate place for our school to be embedded into it, in this kind of a conversation. The big task of the design was how to include in it models of different scales, of different option studios, AR, VR, and also videos and projections. And so we created a big plinth, which is about 180 square meters. Is almost like a floating, very sculptural piece that cantilevers, and it has recesses for all the models. The piece is completely painted in black because the space is also darked out. So the idea is that all the models will feel almost like floating within the space. It really pushes us to think about architecture and architectural design, urban design, not as being now and here, but it kind of requests from us that we think about a future.
Many people are concerned about recycling in Singapore today. I think one of the main reasons is people see that the landfill on Semakau will be full very soon in 2035, and they're worried about that. However, what people are often less aware about is the role the informal sector plays in recycling. And some statistics show that informal recyclers, which includes Karanguni and charities, collect as much as 90% of the waste recycled by households. At the same time, we've found in our own social research that the informal sector is facing different kinds of challenges today. One area is because of changes in the built environment, it's difficult for Karanguni to connect with households. Also because of people's changing work schedules when they're at home. So we took that insight from our research and tried to put that into a design project to look at how we could utilize technology to redesign the informal sector rather than the way that technology is often used, which is to disrupt or displace traditional systems like this. From that design research project, we developed an app for smartphones, which we called Honk. We then piloted the app in 3 neighborhoods in Singapore with over 200 users and 3 Karanguni. From that, we found a new series of challenges that were unexpected for us. In particular, we found that Karanguni rely on various ways of aggregating materials, and our app did not provide that. So what we're looking at now is how to combine aggregation with the app, either through something like a smart bin system or through social institutions like maybe a neighborhood committee.
Some people may feel that the flipped classroom may not be such a good idea because you are unable to consult the prof in real time whenever you're in doubt.
It's mostly us learning by ourselves without much guidance from our professors.
Some students might think that there's no class, I can just watch the video at home.
Since it's learning on our end and we still have school, we kind of take it as something extra, like extra work for us to do.
Flipped classroom means that you're actually bringing some of this learning back to the students. We transform an hour of actual physical lecture into a flipped classroom. And this is usually done in a way that it is a pre-activity. So the students are expected to learn certain concepts through the lesson material online, outside of classroom, before they come to the classroom. And when they come to the classroom, these concepts will be further explored and applied in the classroom. Having spent more than a decade doing actual physical lab research, right? So this was my research in bone tissue engineering. When I switched fields, now that I'm a lecturer and I went to class, somehow the passion for research was still in me, which is why I decided to embark on a full-on research, pedagogical investigation about the effectiveness of the flipped classroom. From the research that we did at SUTD in 2015, this was just a flipped classroom model but without peer instruction. So I didn't have the assessment component, neither did we have the peer-to-peer discussion. And we found that it didn't work so well. And so in the following year, and this is after the talk by Eric Mazur, we decided that we will try putting in some things that he has said. And so this quiz, peer-to-peer discussion and a quiz again, reduced the anxiety that the students felt. They actually looked forward to learning, and we find that from our experimental results, 80% of them received a full score for the second quiz, which means that the peer-to-peer discussion really made a significant difference and that they learned very well from each other. Many institutes have tried flipped classroom, but sadly all they do is they throw in some videos and then maybe a quiz. And so for our students at SUTD, for the flipped Classroom, they actually have, I would like to call it a package, a flipped classroom package, where they get the video recordings, the PowerPoint slides, as well as a keyword list. When we actually prepare flipped classroom lesson material, we take many things into consideration. So for example, we ensure that we break each lecture into maybe 4 to 5 mini lectures, which are about 10 to 15 minutes long. The other thing that we've included is this thing called concept quiz. So every time a concept is taught, so at the end of every mini lecture, there are a few questions that directly assess the learning objective. Because we've been testing them on a weekly basis, that by the time it comes to the exam, right, they are maybe desensitized, or you can say completely prepared. We did see an increase in exam scores that was significant over the years after the implementation of flipped classroom with peer instruction. We also saw that the students were punctual for class because we made sure that the quizzes were, it starts at the beginning of class, they were actually present, right? So that helps with absenteeism as well. So the rationale for designing a flipped classroom is really the fact that we wanted to push some of the learning back to the students. We want them to have this self-directed learning skill. Every time we run this course, we actually collect feedback to make this learning experience better for the students. One of the things that we are also exploring is to see if we can use certain gamified lab simulations. So we are interested to see how we can use this or even games as a pre-activity, which I'm sure the students will find fun and engaging.
For flipped classroom, the e-learning, you are able to digest the information at your own pace.
It encourages self-learning.
I feel that flipped classroom is actually a good idea because it allowed us to go back and check all those concepts that we couldn't catch in class.
We produce 300 million tons of plastic every year, and 90% is actually missed, it's not recovered. It ends in oceans or ends in landfills. Plastic per se is not bad. I mean, plastic was invented in the 1930s, and since then, actually, most of our development, in the last century cannot be understood without the benefits that plastic brought into society. The problem is actually also how society has become added to this material and the amount that we are producing and this lack of integration into the natural systems. We are not trying to remove plastic, we are not trying to go back 100 years on technology. What we are trying is completely the opposite. What we are trying to do is to bring materials that they outperform plastic in many senses. They open new possibilities and they enable to make engineering in a society that moves around biology, and by definition that society will be sustainable. So take for example the case of FLAM, right? The material that we made in collaboration with Stilianos. So this material is not only strong, but again, since we never modify the composition, respect the natural molecules, it's actually perfectly integrated in the ecology of Earth. So FLAM is made out of cellulose and chitin. They are the most abundant and second most abundant organic polymers on Earth. Cellulose is well known for everybody, is everywhere in green plants, right? Chitin is less known because of the lack of industrial uses. Chitin, for example, is the cells of the insects. The protective exoskeleton of the insect is made mostly of chitins. Same thing for molluscus and the sea cells. Actually, they are also made of chitin. So it's a molecule that nature is using in very different areas to make strong protective materials. In the Fermat lab, the lab that I lead in SUTD, we focus on the integration of biology in other engineering fields. We are setting the ground to what we call the biomaterial age, where biology will link and integrate with other engineering fields to bring them to the next level. In the case of plastic, what we are determined is to actually break this cycle of production and consumption of plastic in a non-sustainable way. And what we're trying to do is to set a new paradigm that is based on biological materials, where your materials are produced, manufactured into products and degrade in closed regional areas. And actually they have this kind of circular economy society embedded into the material itself.
I like hawker center because I like to hang out with my friends and my family. We like hawker centres because it's affordable and there's a wide variety of food available there.
I like the hawker centre because of the local kopi.
I like hawker centres because of the food that gets passed down generation to generation through their recipes.
In Singapore, food is very important, and hawker centers is the place where people celebrate food in community. So we think this is a subject of study for us, and we think that the hawker centers could be further explored and incorporate new things to make them more exciting and more relevant in the future. Hawker centers now are under the pressure of the food courts and the malls. So the question would be, how can we make them relevant again? How can we incorporate new things? How can we change and tweak the existing spaces so that they are relevant and attractive for people and to face the new challenges that Singapore is undergoing? So part of the research I'm doing in SUTD is related to sustainable space making by using digital tools. So digital tools for architecture is the way that we can integrate data with design intentions. So we can merge very objective information with our intuition to really create sustainable spaces. So we can actually design geometries that are self-shaded and create cross-ventilation that are utilizing more our resources, natural resources and energy, and to address more complex challenges. The challenges in the future, I think, would make the hawker centers be more integrated and articulated with society. So it's not a room where people go, it's more a space that is more connected, more open, and also more sustainable. So I see the hawker centers like something closer to a park than a room within a building.
The aviation industry has been one of the fastest growing industries in the world for the past 20 to 30 years. This trend was suddenly interrupted by the COVID pandemic, which almost stopped air transport activity all over the world. Until recently, congestion was the major concern in airports. Right now, congestion is no longer a concern for the airports because they are operating under very low utilization rates. This does not mean, however, that aviation research has stopped. In fact, we are going through a very critical moment that is going to reshape the way that airports plan their operations. My research team works mostly on the development of research on airfield and airspace demand management. This field of research aims to investigate how to balance demand and supply in order to operate better flights and more efficiently. To give you an example, airport schedules has been built over many years through a system of historical precedence called airport slot allocation. According to this system, airlines need to request slots to an airline in order to operate their flights at specific times of the day. However, once an airline receives one of these slots, this airline can keep that slot forever, provided that operates those flights at acceptable levels of delays and without match cancellations. The advantage of this system is that it gives some stability to the airports and the airlines that in the long term are not threatened every year by significant changes. On the other hand, this system has also been highly criticized because in the long term, airport slots become unavailable and airports does not have the flexibility to accommodate new flights and new market opportunities. In my research, we developed tools that combine machine learning and optimization models in order to support airports understanding airport demand patterns and passenger choices, and then help them designing better schedules that will take into account considerations related to airport connectivity, competition between different airports, and airport-specific constraints such as airfield capacity or environmental impacts. For instance, if a flight needs to be rescheduled, airports tend to apply a more manual approach to shift the flights around. Take for instance the Kangaroo route, which is a very popular route that connects passengers from London to Sydney in Singapore. If you need to displace one of these flights, for instance from Singapore to Sydney, then the passengers that come from London might have seen their connections disrupted. What we propose instead is a tool that leverages machine learning to optimize this process. Right now, the future of aviation is very uncertain, and nobody exactly knows what is going to happen in the next few years. What is clear to us is that sooner or later we will fly again. In those airports or aviation agents that will be more prepared for the recovery will likely dominate the skies for the next few years. Therefore, having tools that allow us to quickly simulate different scenarios of operations will be critical given the uncertainties that we are going through. The Aviation Studies Institute is working on the development of these tools in collaboration with our industrial partners. We believe that these tools can help airports understanding better their capabilities and support them designing better schedules that will eventually lead to fewer delays in the airports, better passenger connectivity, and more sustainable operations.
I work in a new area in robotics that is called soft robotics. It's been in development for the last 10 years. And the main goal of soft robotics is to develop new and better hardware for robotics. Most of the state-of-the-art in robotics right now has improved in performance regarding controls, software. But if you look at the hardware that robots currently use, it's the same type of hardware that we have been using for the last 50 years. That limits the functionality of robots. So one of the main drivers of soft robotics, which combines the use of materials, chemistry, and advanced fabrication, is exactly that, to advance the state-of-the-art of functionality in hardware for robotics. So for example, in traditional robotics, we normally design individual components and then we assemble them. In soft robotics, one of the major advantages is that we can co-fabricate an entire system. For example, this soft finger for a soft gripper has an internal structure that is made of a stiffer material, has a skin wrapped around it. In the top surface, we have a flex sensor. All this can be fabricated in one go with our 3D printers, right? This is a robot that mimics a stingray. They have hundreds of little bony structures that are called lepidotrichia. And of course, if you were to build a robot to replicate exactly that, it will be a very complex robot. Instead, what we do is we only have one actuator per fin, but we tailor make the rest of the fin to have the right material distributions so that it will oscillate, mimicking the motions of a real stingray fin. The challenge is that the material properties of these structures, again, are non-linear and time-dependent. So traditional modeling approaches don't work very well. So we need to often resort to data analytics or machine learning, for example, to have a more accurate set of models. The challenges of modeling also affect fabrication. All of the fabrication done in the lab is, again, built in-house. We make our own printers because printers that are capable of handling this range of materials are not available commercially now. We have many industrial applications that cannot be tackled by traditional robotics because the hardware is not capable of performing under those environments or under the requirements of the task. For example, logistics, right? Nowadays, people order everything online. Here in Singapore, Red Mart, and people order a high mix of items. Your order can have some cereal, fruit, vegetables, rice, etc. Soft grippers, for example, are ideal for this type of applications because they can handle this high mixed low volume set of items. Another area where we can use soft robotics is in manual operations in harsh environments. These are tasks where humans have to do repetitive, dangerous tasks that require high dexterity. One area that we still haven't explored but we are really keen on moving to is the use of soft robotics in wearables, in particular for the elderly population here in Singapore. Soft robots, unlike traditional robots, are inherently safe to be used around humans. Right? So this lends to ideal applications where we have, for example, wearables that can be used for therapeutic applications, for example, for joint care or posture care. They can also be used in therapy at home to alleviate some of the loads in hospitals. It's an area that has many interesting, challenging research questions to be solved, but also that we see as having very good potential, in particular here in Singapore.
So people need three things to survive on Earth: food, energy, and water. In our research group, we are targeting two of these fundamental challenges: water and energy. And we want to use low-dimensional nanomaterial to solve these two challenging issues together. Usually, in the research community, some research group they are targeting on solving energy issues, and some group they are working on water treatment. However, in SUTD, we are focusing on one very unique area. We are trying to find one solution for these two challenging issues together. So in one of our projects, it's called the desalination battery. Basically, we desalinate seawater, ocean water, remove the sodium and chloride ions from the seawater. At the same time, we utilize the sodium and chloride ions to store energy. So we desalinate the water and store energy, making that two steps together. With these new solutions, actually we can supply fresh seawater, desalinated water to everybody in Singapore. At the same time, we can have low price energy storage being available to everybody. My big vision for this project is we can turn the entire ocean into a big desalination battery, a huge desalination battery, so everybody can enjoy the desalinated water and free power from this huge desalination battery. We are also looking at to recycle valuable resource from the seawater. For example, as we all know, lithium metals is one of the natural metal we can find in seawater. We're also looking at ocean mining to recycle those very valuable metal ions from seawater and then utilize them as battery electrode to store battery or for other purpose. I think by that way, we can maximize the natural resource we can achieve from the ocean.
Advances in material science often lead to huge increases in productivity and advancements in society. If you think about it, it's like the Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, they're all named after materials. And more recently, silicon and glass optical fiber led to the computer and the internet. So you can see that these technologies have had a profound impact on the way that humans live and behave, and also fueled the economy to a certain extent. And therefore, it's very important that we continue to design, discover and develop new materials. So we're studying chalcogenide materials. These are materials that substantially consist of sulfur, selenium and tellurium, and they have fascinating properties. One of the properties I like and study the most is their phase change property, so they can exist in multiple states at room temperature. This is very different to most materials. Here we have an opportunity to switch them and use those to make devices that have switchable properties. So you might have experienced chalcogenides, especially if you're my age, when we were recording most of our data onto DVDs and CDs. They were actually the active layer in the rewritable CDs in the 90s and noughties. These materials have a number of applications aside from the technological applications that we're looking at in Actilab. For instance, chalcogenides are often used in solar cells, and they're used in thermoelectrics, also semiconductor devices as well. So in our group, we're moving away from some of the more traditional chalcogenide materials that other groups are looking at for data storage, and rethinking some materials that were once discarded for data storage applications and applying them to photonics. One of the big advantages of our group is that we can go through the whole process from conceiving an idea for a material, simulating it, testing it in the lab, or trying to create it and test it in the lab, and then fabricating a device. So we don't only do device design and we don't only do materials design, we do the two things in conjunction, and this gives us an extra degree of freedom because we're no longer limited by off-the-shelf materials or pre-existing designs. We can design the materials and design the devices synchronously for a specific application. We've recently found a material that has a very high transmissivity in the visible spectrum, and this is really useful for display technologies. We're currently working with A-Star, other universities in Singapore, to create holographic displays and beam steering devices based on these materials. And hopefully one day we'll all have a chalcogenide holographic display in our living rooms.
Hi everyone, and a warm welcome and thank you for participating in the annual first Fostering Industrial Research Success Together Industry Workshop 2022, organized by the Singapore University of Technology and Design. I'm Wayne, your host for today. Now, SUTD was established in 2009 to advance knowledge and nurture technically grounded leaders and innovators to serve societal needs. As an institute of higher learning, SUTD is a vital stakeholder in advancing scientific knowledge and conducting cutting-edge research and development to design tomorrow's technology today. The first industry workshop started in 2016 to foster collaborative research by developing and deepening industry-academia ties. Since then, the first industry workshop has been held annually to further expand industry partnerships. It also serves as a platform to showcase research capabilities, industry-relevant applications, and to reinforce SUTD's role as a vital anchor within a vibrant ecosystem of partnerships between academia, industry, and the government. For those of you who have been supporting us since we started, we're glad to have you back. For those who are new to the first industry workshop, I welcome you to this experience. Amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, the first industry workshop has been held virtually since year 2020. In doing so, we enabled this platform to reach out to a wider audience. Now, with the interactive platform that we have for this event, we hope that the event will be an even more enriching experience and would ignite that collaborative spark in you. Before we proceed with the event, let us take a look at the 2021 edition of the first Industry Workshop. A warm welcome and thank you for joining us at the annual first Fostering Industrial Research Success Together. The first industry workshop started in 2016 to foster collaborative research by developing and deepening industry-academia ties.
For Singapore to gain a competitive edge, we must focus on three key attributes.
And you need to share value with your trusted partner.
We must know ourselves in the past and know the present strength of our competitors and know how to gear up ourselves for the future.
At SUTD, we are developing S-Tetro, a robot that is capable of accessing floor as well as staircases.
So finding that right match of skills and requirements is actually very important.
But it's also important to be able to leverage the wider ecosystem.
SME really are the engine of the growth and the innovation in the Asia-Pacific region.
I absolutely believe the next decade or two is going to be a golden era for startups.
So I feel that this disruption is going to completely overhaul the industry.
Once again, a huge shout out to each and every one of our generous and supportive sponsors. Join us next year for the 2022 edition of the first industry workshop on 27th July 2022. I'll see you then. In today's globalized and interconnected world, we all share a common fate and destiny. Corporations, universities, research centers, and institutions are working in close partnership to address these multitudinous challenges. Sustainability is key to the ever-changing global landscape, and it is a way of life. SUTD believes in addressing sustainability as a series of interlinked challenges that are not only solvable, but opportunities for innovation, growth, as well as a more abundant and joyful future. The SUTD Sustainability Plan articulates SUTD's core vision of being the foremost university in the world for technology and design education, as well as research, to offer a unique future-forward approach to making sustainable change. Today, distinguished forum panelists will discuss on the development and utilization of smart technologies to build a resilient and sustainable future, and to overcome challenges brought about by climate change that is further compounded by black swan events like the COVID-19 pandemic. This year, considering the global pandemic, we are indeed honored to receive support from our distinguished keynote speakers, forum panelists, and you to grace our 2022 First Industry Workshop. We are also fortunate to have the support of our esteemed sponsors, without whom this event would not have been possible. On behalf of SUTD, I'd like to thank them for their generous and continued support. We would also like to share that you can request a meeting with our sponsors at the comfort of your desk. Simply click on the Sponsors tab in our webinar menu to find out more about them and request a meeting. We have an exciting lineup, so let me quickly take you through today's program. start off our program and deliver the opening address, I'd like to introduce you to the Associate Provost for Research and International Relations, SUTD, Professor Yo Kiet Singh. Over to you, Professor Yo.
Thank you, Wang, for the introduction. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. Welcome to the first Industry Workshop 2022. I'm Yo Kiet Singh, Associate Provost at the Singapore University of Technology and Design. FIRST is a beautiful acronym. It stands for Fostering Industrial Research Success Together. The theme of today's workshop is Smart Technologies for Sustainability. Sustainability has a very broad definition, but I will use one simple word to describe it. Before I talk about this word, let me start by defining sustainability. Sustainability is the ability to exist and develop without depleting natural resources for the future, a practice that maintains a condition without harming the environment. It goes beyond the practice of 3R, reduce, reuse, and recycle. So, how would you best describe sustainability? It is secured. Secure means safe and unthreatened. I'm sure everyone wants our planet Earth to be free from environmental danger or risk caused by human activities. The word secure is both an equation and an acronym. The letter S stands for sustainability. The letter E denotes equal, which gives rise to an equation. So if you read the word secure, it is S equal to cure. This means that sustainability can cure and restore our environment or our planet Earth to a healthy state if implemented properly and successfully. To restore our environment to a healthy condition, the answer lies in the word cure. Cure is a powerful acronym. The letter C is about climate change, carbon neutrality, and circularity, which I will deliberate them shortly. U is union, and also you yourself, which is everyone here. Specifically, your deed of uniting two or more actions into one will make a huge difference in sustainability. Hence, we combine the efforts of C and R to restore our environment E, or our planet Earth, also represented by the letter E, to a well state. Now let me talk about the letter R. The letter R is not just about the three commonly known R's of waste management: reduce, reduce, and recycle. It also includes three new R: recover, repair, and replace. The most effective way to manage waste is to not create it. Reduce means to cut back on the amount of trash we generate. For example, buying reusable items rather than disposable ones. If you are thinking of throwing away an old item, stop first and consider ways you could reuse it. Reusing items gives them a new lease of life and prevents unnecessary wastage. For example, donating unwanted books to schools. Recycling is changing discarded materials into new and useful products to avoid using more resources. For example, dropping off your e-waste at designated recycling points. Recovery means turning waste into a fuel for manufacturing processes after removing all the individual components that may be used again. It is usually not meant for the individual user or household, but rather intended mainly for the industry. For example, extracting precious materials such as gold and other valuable materials from mobile phone and electronics. Repair is fixing or restoring broken or damaged parts to working condition. It extends the product lifespan. For example, fixing a radio receiver or sealing a leaky pipe. Replace means to substitute something for the same function or purpose. For example, replacing plastic bags with eco-friendly materials such as bioplastic compostable bags. Human activities have polluted the environment almost uninterruptedly since the first industrial revolution. Urbanization, industrialization, globalization, transportation, deforestation, and even construction have led to greater air pollution and waste generation. This causes climate change anomaly, which destroy the balance of nature. To put it simply, climate change mitigation means avoiding and reducing emissions of heat-trapping greenhouse gases into the atmosphere to prevent Earth from warming to more extreme temperatures. This means altering human activities and behavior to reduce pollution to natural levels. In climate change, Singapore is putting sustainability at the core of what we do. Climate change is an existential threat for Singapore because the country has limited land for solar, wind, or marine resources. Despite these considerable constraints, Singapore has announced its long-term low-emission development strategy to halve our emission from its peak to 33 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2050 and net zero emission as soon as viable in the second half of the century. The nation is also deepening the understanding of climate science through international scientific collaboration. We are also developing creative solutions to decarbonize our economy, including carbon capture utilization and storage, as well as low-carbon hydrogen. In addition, Singapore is contributing to a green recovery in Asia. For example, we are exploring how we can serve the region as a marketplace for high-quality carbon credits and provide technology-enabled verification systems for carbon solutions. At SUTD, we are committing 10 million Singapore dollar over the next 3 to 5 years to research and education in sustainability. A new Design Z Research Center will work on projects in areas such as circular economy or to maximize the life cycle of products and lowering carbon emissions. But sustainability is not a destination. It is an ongoing journey. We must work collaboratively with all stakeholders along the journey. So it will take time to uncover everything we do and the rest of the world. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has called upon all nations to make strong effort to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Undoubtedly, renewable energy will be a key driver towards delivering carbon neutrality. But renewables alone will not be enough to deliver carbon neutrality by 2050. We all need to consider hydrogen, carbon capture, small modular reactors, and new technologies such as direct air capture. For example, Airbus will be testing hydrogen fuel technology in one of its A380 jetliners. The company is also planning to launch the world's first zero-emission commercial aircraft by 2035. Today, the energy market is not factoring in what economists call the negative externalities such as health and medical costs, environmental damage, as well, and so on. If the market takes into this account, renewable energy will be more competitive than fossil fuel. Hence, governments of all countries should create carbon incentive and the right environment for innovation to develop and deploy affordable, reliable energy solutions that are carbon-free. However, the transformation of our economy towards carbon neutrality, resource efficiency, and circularity is full of challenges. Additionally, global population and economic growth have led to a corresponding tremendous increase in CO2 emission from pre-industrial 280 ppm to over 410 ppm today. To reduce the environmental footprint of modern society and address the limitation of fossil resources, the projected increase in global energy demand must go along with the implementation of carbon-neutral energy production and carrier system. There's also a need to balance between competitiveness, pricing, supply security, sustainability, and public acceptance. Amid this backdrop, it is foreseeable that the supply and demand for sustainability-related technologies will flourish, and the claims to respective technologies' sustainability benefits will follow suit. Indeed, sustainability is all about our shared future. It is not just about meeting the needs of the present, but also not compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Hence, it is everyone's responsibility to ensure our planet Earth remains safe and secure for mankind. Today, we are pleased to hear three keynote speakers: Mr. Chia Shong-hui, Deputy CEO of Temasek International Private Limited; Mr. Amit Mihar, President Asia Pacific and Japan, Global Digital Cities, Dell Technologies, and Professor Lo Hong Yi, Director of Digital Manufacturing and Design Center, SUTD, deliver keynote addresses on sustainability. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the keynote speaker, the forum panelists, the sponsor, and partners for their strong support, as well as the First Industry Organizing Committee for all the time and effort. Thank you and enjoy the workshop.
Thank you, Professor Yo, for welcoming this year's participants. Our next speaker will be delivering the first keynote address entitled Bits and Bytes of a Sustainable Future. He'll be touching on the macro trends being driven by technology and digitization, opportunities and challenges in the digital world, and navigating the risks and challenges arising from the changes. Mr. Chia Song Hui is the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Temasek. He joined Temasek in 2011, and since then, he has held various leadership roles, including Chief Operating Officer, as well as Joint Head of Singapore and the Investment and Portfolio Management Groups. As Deputy CEO, Song Hui oversees activities relating to Temasek's portfolio, investments, and technology. He plays a key leadership role in areas relating to AI, blockchain, and cybersecurity. He also works with Temasek's CEO, Dilhan Pillay, and the senior management team to drive the company's strategic and institutional initiatives as set out in its T2030 strategy. Beyond its investment goals, Temasek's T2030 plan is one that reflects Temasek as an institution that is committed to do well, do right, and do good at the same time, and has sustainability and climate at the front and center. It is with great pleasure that I introduce to you our first keynote speaker, Deputy Chief Executive Officer at Temasek International, Mr. Chia Song Hui.
Good morning, distinguished guests, friends from Singapore and around the world, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to SUTD for having me here today. The theme this year is Smart Technologies for Sustainability. It is a topic that resonates very strongly with Temasek. I'm sure it is the same for the organizations you represent. Over the past 2 years, there have been countless conversations on the pace of technological disruptions. I'm also amazed by the pace. Collectively, we adapted quickly to tech-enabled changes caused by COVID-19. We have changed the way we live, work, and consume. Many of these changes are here to stay and will only be reinforced as Industry 4.0 speeds up. Now, all of us are familiar with Industry 4.0. Although technologies such as artificial intelligence or AI, Internet of Things, blockchain, and advanced robotics are in full swing, they are still far from their full potential. At Temasek, one key structural trend that guides our investment direction is digitization. It is a trend that cuts across all sectors and industries. So we seek to invest in companies that are developing or deploying innovative solutions that disrupt current business models or create new ones that will deliver significant value. When we think about smart technologies for sustainability, there are 2 areas to highlight. The first is sustainability for our business models, and the second is sustainability for our planet. Implementing new technologies often comes with reputational risks and potentially the loss of trust if companies ignore crucial aspects of ethics and governance. we have a responsibility to stakeholders and to the wider community. The onus is on us to better understand the impact of new technologies and to put in place governance frameworks without hampering innovation. We can engage in dialogue to gain perspectives and insights. We can run pilots to test-based solutions before deploying any new technology. We need a good balance between innovation and guardrails, where guardrails are part of the design thinking and product development, not an afterthought. However, this is rarely at the forefront of corporate agendas. Collectively, we need to change that. Remember, our actions or lack of actions could attract scrutiny from regulators. Worse, we could lose the social license to operate over time. Also, as Industry 4.0 picks up speed, we need to ask ourselves, are our people ready? Are they being reskilled effectively? Are students starting their careers equipped with skills needed for a digital future? These questions are important because it's about long-term sustainability of our business models. At the end of the day, it is people who power technological innovations, and we cannot leave people behind. We are encouraged to see institutions of higher learnings, such as SUTD, offering curriculum with multiple disciplines, incorporating not just hard skills, but also innovation, entrepreneurship, and design thinking. These are skill sets that will be needed for the future. As an investor, we are also encouraged to see many of our portfolio companies have embarked on their digital transformation journeys, embracing innovation and new technologies in the workplace. What about us at Temasek? We strive constantly to transform by investing in tools and skills needed to harness the potential of technology. Let me share two areas close to my heart. In 2018, we identified AI and blockchain as innovative technologies that will fundamentally redefine the way we live, the way we work, and the way we do business. We then formed two pilots group, or pods as we call them, to explore the best way to get exposure in both areas. It has been 4 years, and both pods have made significant progress. One example is Acadium, our Center of Excellence for AI. Acadium develops and scales AI solutions for clients across sectors. For example, in healthcare, Acadium built an AI-enhanced voice-based chatbot. The chatbot allows patients to gain access to fast, specific, and accurate information without long hold times or physical visits. Acadium is also supporting Project Nova, a platform under the National AI Program in Finance. In its first use case, Project Nova harnessed AI to help financial institutions assess emerging environmental risks and impact of their clients. Temasek has also actively developing capabilities in AI ethics and governance. We are contributing to IMDA's Singapore Model AI Governance Framework and the Singapore Computing Society's AI Ethics and Governance Certification Committee. The latter looks to promote training and certification for AI professionals. In the blockchain space, we have focused in venture building. One venture we have is Good Worker. Good Worker is a job matching platform for semi-skilled workers in India. The platform utilizes open, interoperable technologies to provide workers with digital, verifiable profile. Workers enjoy improved access to employment opportunities while retaining greater control of their data. Employers at the same time have full confidence in the authenticity of the employment credentials. Because AI and blockchain were relatively nascent when we started, our strategy was to first build ventures and contribute towards ecosystem development. Through these efforts, we also expanded our in-house capabilities, which then added to our investment activities and strategy. Let's move on to another area critical to the sustainability of the business models. It is cybersecurity. With digitization, cybersecurity is a huge challenge for governments, companies, organizations, and individuals. Here are some numbers to give perspective. Reports show that more than 33 billion records will be stolen by cyber criminals by 2023. That's just next year. This is a stunning increase of 175% from 2018. The cost of cybercrime is also expected to grow 15% per year over the next 5 years, reaching $10.5 trillion by 2025. Such numbers are sobering. How should we balance the embrace of digital tools and technology while ensuring that the data belonging to us and our customers is well protected? Companies need to fortify their cybersecurity defense against data breaches, given the reputational damage and financial cost of such incidents. As defenders, we have to get it right all the time. An attacker needs to be lucky only once. But getting it right all the time is impossible. The lack of funding, talent, and know-how are the barriers. Seeing how important it was for companies to collaborate and address different aspects of cybersecurity risks led us to establish ISTARI. ISTARI is a global cyber risk management company that brings together a network of capabilities. With this collective power, all of us have a better chance against attacks and mitigating cybersecurity risks. My message to all of us is this: we cannot stop many drivers of disruption, but we also should not fear them. What we can do is to take steps to better harness these technologies and mitigate risks, either on our own or with like-minded partners. One other area I would like to share is on the journey of our AI and blockchain pods. When we started them in 2018, no one had any idea how these pods would pan out. It was a bold and risky move. We didn't have domain knowledge and expertise, but there were colleagues who are willing to take up the challenge. They step out of their comfort zones, out of the areas that they have already built years of experience in, and dive straight into the unknown. Many of them became startup entrepreneurs and venture builders overnight, on top of their day jobs as investment professionals. I'm sharing this because it showed me that beyond skill sets and capabilities, the sustainability of our business models is also about our mindset, our willingness, our adaptability, our agility, our spirit, and our resilience. The strategic opportunities we saw in these technologies gave us the impetus to build ventures and platforms from scratch. Across these companies, there are now more than 600 employees, with engineers forming more than half of them. We have learned along the way, and we have grown as a differentiated investor because of these experiences. Let me now share a second area of sustainability in the context of smart technologies, that is sustainability for our planet. Climate change is real. You have heard this before, and you will keep hearing it, because it is one global challenge we must address collectively. We cannot conduct business on a dead planet. In the last 2 decades, the world has spent several trillions dollars on transition from fossil fuels to renewables, such as wind, solar, and batteries. This amount will continue to grow. While we can and must work at the energy transition, we must also be mindful that green machines for renewables consume large amounts of natural resources. If such reserves are insufficient, we may need to extract these from more remote locations, which could lead to unintended environmental consequences. Geopolitics and national interests could also further complicate access to these natural resources. So we must rethink the way that we go about reducing carbon footprint. We must develop solutions that are less resource intensive, such as in recycling, repurposing, as well as innovations that reduce the use of raw materials. Technology can enable many climate-aligned solutions in the areas of food, water, waste, energy, materials, clean transportation, and urban development. Investors like us are putting capital to work in such climate-based solutions to create value for our stakeholders while doing good for the environment. For example, we recently launched Gen Zero, an investment company dedicated to accelerating decarbonization globally. Some of our portfolio companies are also in this space. For example, include Ever, a geothermal technology company, as well as Vanti, a company specializing in low-cost carbon capture technology. We have also established the Asia Sustainable Foods Platform, which support food tech companies in the region to scale production of alternative proteins. At the same time, we have forged many partnerships to catalyze tech-based solutions to achieve climate goals. For example, a partnership with BlackRock led to the formation of the Decarbonization Partners. It invests in early-stage growth companies targeting proven next-generation renewable and mobility technology. All of us have a part to play in addressing climate change. Governments, companies, investors, educators, researchers, innovators, students, you and me. I read with interest the news on SUTD transforming its campus into a green experimental ground for test bedding new sustainability technologies, innovation, and solutions. SUTD will also work with SingHealth to achieve a smart, low-carbon district. Such initiatives allow staff and students to have hands-on learning and education on sustainability. I would like to briefly touch on another technology in sustainability. Carbon taxes will come into force, but so will the use of carbon credits. Market transparency and price discovery are key to promote efficient allocation of resource and capital. To this end, together with DBS, Singapore Exchange, and Standard Chartered, we formed Climate Impact X, a global exchange allowing organizations to access high-quality carbon credits. The platform uses satellite monitoring, machine learning, and blockchain technology to enhance transparency, integrity, and quality of carbon credits. Smart technologies for climate change are exciting, and we are just getting started. Continued investment efforts and contributions are crucial for us to achieving our climate goals. I would like to conclude by emphasizing the importance for all of us to work together. Initiatives such as Project Nova, SUTD's partnership with SingHealth, as well as joint ventures such as Climate Impact X and Decarbonization Partners are some examples. Organizations from industry, universities, government, or from public to private companies can benefit from strong network to exchange ideas and foster collaboration. There is much to gain from public-private partnerships. Events such as this are also great platforms for us to learn from one another. But after all is said and discussed, it is time to act. We have shared responsibility towards our collective future. There is more we can do to ensure that smart technologies are deployed effectively and meaningfully for sustainability of our businesses, and for the sustainability of our planet. Thank you once again for having me here. I look forward to continuing the dialogue beyond this event.
Thank you, Mr. Chia, for your impressive insight. In the next section, our second keynote speaker will discuss accelerating the sustainable cities of the future. He will be sharing his insights into how cities can drive the right sustainability agenda for the future, and how they are leveraging modern-day technologies to accelerate towards these outcomes, and what are the critical success factors in this journey. He is a global strategic business leader with significant Asia experience. He has built and transformed businesses in various roles in China, US, India, and Singapore. He is well versed in multiple cultures and has established strong global relationships. He is a technologist at heart with deep expertise in data center, enterprise software, edge, and data science. He is also responsible for Dell's growth in the Asia-Pacific and Japan region, overseeing a multi-billion-dollar business spanning over 40 countries with a multicultural workforce. He is passionately focused on developing strong talent and technology leadership to support the digital transformation journey for Dell's customers and partners. He also leads Dell Technologies' Digital Cities business globally, driving the transformation of cities and engagement with governments and corporations. May I introduce our second speaker, President, Asia Pacific and Japan and Global Digital Cities, Dell Technologies, Mr. Amit Midha.
Hello, friends and colleagues. It is my pleasure and honor to be with you today, talking about Imagine the City of the Future, focus on sustainability. Now, today, I want to introduce myself first. I lead Dell's Asia Pacific and Japan region. I'm the president of Dell Asia Pacific and Japan, and I also lead Global Digital Cities. And today, we will start our conversation with giving you an example, visual example of innovation that is happening right here in the region in Japan. And that example is Toyota Woven City. This is how I would like you to imagine what's possible. Today, we have an opportunity to reimagine, recreate a new way of living, new way of working, new way of sustaining this world. And that is what is being shown in this video. So can we roll the video for Toyota Woven City, please?
Welcome to the city of the future. Woven City is being built across 175 acres at the base of Mount Fuji in Japan. It will be a completely sustainable, autonomous prototype city powered by hydrogen fuel cell technology and solar panels. City centers will have office buildings, fountains, and gathering spaces. Traffic is divided into 3 lanes. Automated buses, e-pallets, and delivery vehicles ply on the main roads. Personal mobility lanes are marked by the red flags. These will accommodate personal vehicles such as electric scooters, electric wheelchairs, and so on. And then you have the pedestrian pathways all through the city, mostly in the green spaces. So people who are walking throughout the city feel immersed in a park-like setting. Truly a pedestrian-first city without compromising vehicle access or quality of life. All the operational facilities and power sources will be underneath, hidden from view. People will live, work, and play in a secure, connected, and green environment, with the convenience and quality of life your citizens demand and deserve.
So as you saw, as we reimagine the future, a lot of possibilities are there. And I'm super excited about what the digital cities will create for all of us, for our next generation and for my generation. Now, let me just frame a few things. So first and foremost, climate change is the most critical challenge that humanity is facing today. As of 2020, it is estimated that our world is warmer by 1.2 degrees Celsius as compared to pre-industrial levels. The Paris Agreement had set the goal of restricting the global warming to below 2 degrees, ideally below 1.5 degrees. Global warming, even to 1.5 degrees, exposes our planet to some grave risks. Rising sea levels, extreme weather, risk from flooding and surging demands. And then the higher level of global warming, this only multiplies. If you look at the current pledges as well as the committed action, we are looking at much higher median projected global temperature by 2100. Even in the most optimistic scenario, considering that net zero pledges will be realized, we will still miss 1.5 degree Celsius pathway. Clearly, more needs to be done, both in terms of commitments as well as supporting actions. This will require focus and concerted efforts from the governments, people, industry, and we're going to need new technology as well. Now, coming to the cities, cities play a critical role. So a lot of cities have committed goals here, and we'll talk about them for a minute, but just consider this. 55% of global population is living on 1% of the Earth's surface, expected to increase to 70% by 2050. A large human-generated cause for this challenge is concentrated in cities. Cities consume 75% of global energy consumption, account for 70% of greenhouse gases emissions. Therefore, cities are where this problem will need to be solved, even though we're going to need all the land mass across the world. Cities are also most vulnerable to this impact of climate change. 90% of cities and almost 800 million of global population is vulnerable to risk of flooding from rising sea levels as well as more intense storms. Sign of which are already we are witnessing today. Be it the flooding in Sydney now, or this summer, a more than 3 weeks of temperature north of 50 degrees in India and Pakistan, depleting groundwater resources in many of the places. You can see this also has a financial impact. Cost of managing climate disaster is huge. Under the baseline scenario of 2 to 2.6 degree temperature increase, it is likely that there will be at least 10% erosion in economic value by 2050. And cities contribute, as you may know, 80% of global GDP. The good news is that the concentration of the challenge around city is also a key opportunity. Dense urban form is more suitable to build a greener way of life. Public transit systems are more carbon efficient. Denser urban dwellings can make land use more efficient. Cities are also this center of innovation, center of learning, center of power in terms of political decision making. These are key tools for us in this battle. More than 100 cities have already committed to climate action goals. Now, if I step back and just give you a global view in terms of positive commitments, again, actions need to be bigger and louder than the speech. More than 700 cities have committed to sustainability as a key pillars in their master planning. And 540 cities have now the emission inventory, and 340 have now committed to emission reduction targets. As of today, 230 cities have also committed to net zero, which is the target dates are between 2030 to 2050. So most of the intervention that is happening today at the city level is being focusing on energy efficient buildings, retrofitting, building codes and standards, lighting system upgrades, as well as renewable energy sourcing. Some examples of this is now you have New York City's vision of 100% renewable electricity by 2040, Stockholm's vision of fossil-free and climate-positive city by 2040 as well. Toyota, that is envisioning a prototype, will be run on hydrogen fuel, pushing the frontier on the sustainability vision of the future. Singapore, announcing that it will add 1,000 hectares of green spaces and plant more than 1 million trees by 2030. So you can see Cities want to be part of solution, and there are actions. But these needs to be thought in a bigger way. What is it the system we're creating that can solve the problem that seems, it's such a large scale that it seems like insurmountable? So urban areas are estimated to be contributing to 75% of the greenhouse gases. But if you look at this in terms of consumption-based accounting, we are looking at road, buildings, commercial, residents. All of that is already contributing 3/4 of urban emissions. Considering scope 1 emissions that occur within the boundary and the scope 2 emissions that are related to urban energy consumptions, but they're generated outside the urban boundary. We have to think about both when we are solving end-to-end problems. Fossil fuels are the primary source of these emissions across developed and developing nations. Although in developing markets, petroleum fuels, especially in mobility, appears to be slightly more dominant, while in developed market, grid energy being relatively more dominant cause. Again, if we solve this, it has to be looked at it end to end. It's not just scope 1, but also scope 2. Not what just is emitted within the city, but also what is the energy generation greenhouse gas impact that may be outside the urban boundary. You have to look at both of them. Now, when you look at the cities look at sustainability. Climate action is one, albeit the more critical dimension, but they have also key role to play achieving some of the broader sustainable development goals, especially around specific social economic outcomes, like access to clean drinking water and sanitation, good health and well-being, reduction in inequalities, affordable housing, and many more. Which is why the Urban Sustainable Development Framework is the one that is sustainable, climate positive, resilient, and turn also into an inclusive, safe, and healthy environment for its citizens to thrive and drive economic growth, innovation, and human progress. Now, these are the things that we all can agree on. These are the good things, these are important things, and these are the things that we should all be thinking about as we reimagine the society. But if you look at some of the action underneath it, whether you are looking at climate positive impacts, which are, have a better integrated, urban planning or active transport or public mobility system, or looking at sustainable resources for all, where we decarbonize the energy or consumption efficiency. These are individually, each one of them are pretty massive initiatives, and they require not only a redesign of the system, use of technology, but also creation of a change in people's attitude and mindset, and the policy that incentivizes some of these actions and some of these initiatives that can make a positive impact, not only for individual or society, not only for country, but the entire humanity. And that sort of kind of consensus is hard to reach. As you have seen, even US has many times joined the initiatives but have backed off. Australia is now seeing the impact for some of the carbon economy that they have benefited significantly. So ultimately, this is where the challenge comes in. How do we go create a sustainable framework without giving up the progress we want to make on the social side or economic side? And that challenges and that tension is not easy to resolve. And we want to talk about what are the positive steps, or what are some of the steps that we have seen that help us achieve in managing these positive, in these tensions, and create a positive impact for the society. If we move to the next slide, you will see that this is just 7 key industry sectors where we talk about how we can abate the greenhouse gas emissions around 4 key transformations that need to happen. Electrification of end use. So electricity is most amenable to transition towards renewable resources. Decarbonizing the fuels. So electrification needs to be coupled with renewable sourcing, as well as medium-term options towards alternate fuels like hydrogen and advanced biofuels. Efficiency and avoiding the demand including enabling a truly circular economy. And fourth, carbon capture, use, and storage. Not all greenhouse emissions can truly be abated. Thus, ability to capture and store and sequester carbon to net out the remaining and hard to abate emissions is a critical technology towards achieving the net zero pathway. Again, these are exciting things that when delivered and when achieved, they will be very, very positive. Now, today I want to talk about what are the technologies that are leading and playing a key important role in enabling this transformation. Now, estimates suggest that technologies that are currently in the market or have been proven can help address most of the 2030 goals, although significant innovation will be needed towards being able to meet the 2050 targets. So close to 50% of 2050 abatement target will come from the technologies that are here today, either commercially or in the prototype phase. McKinsey, in the most recent study, estimated there are 5 core group of technology that will see most of the capital investments in next 5 years, up to $2 trillion of investments. And these are the estimate to contribute to 40% of 2050 abatement potential. Now, why this is important? Because I think these are important because even if we think about a humanitarian existential challenge, we also have to think about the business opportunity, the societies, the companies, the brands that can lead the sustainability drive. Not only they will have a better business results because the consumer preference and better brand value, but they will also have a significant opportunity to go after adjacencies given their brand and given their capability in the sustainability side. So I think this is a significant opportunity for individuals, for students, for company, for countries, for societies. So it's not only existential challenge from we have to solve it, but also from a business side, it's a huge opportunity as well. With the convergence of many modern day digital technology like 5G, edge computing, big data, AI, automation, digital and data is enabling a new set of capability towards driving this transformation. And the digital technologies are already playing a key role in some of the key domains, like building energy efficiency through smart automation, smart and intelligent grids, leveraging automation and data analytics to drive greater efficiencies, intelligent traffic management system that can reduce congestion by 8%, digital twins that are being used for urban planning, the smart urban planning, and enabling several circular economy outcomes. However, the true value of digital technology for city is to enable cross-sectoral outcomes that are critical element to realizing the true potential of this transformation towards net zero. I think the efficiency side can take us from anywhere from 10 to 30%, but there is a reimagining of the system, and the cross-system, cross-sectoral outcome, as I mentioned, is what will help us fulfill the rest of the gaps. Now, let's take a step back and say, let's start with the electricity side. So electrification of use today is about, let's say it will go up 5x from now to, 79%, 49% of share electricity will be in transportation sector. We have to decarbonize the fuel. Renewable electricity needs to grow 3x from now. 90% from the renewable sources and 63% of variable renewable sources like wind and power. Consumption efficiency has to go up both in terms of buildings as well as transportation side by 15%. This transition needs to address a few key imperatives. One, scaling the renewable energy capacity, especially through distributed energy system. And if you want to see more conversation on that, there is several $1 trillion of assets globally are now tied to a fossil fuel based energy power systems, and they're all centralized, and then a distribution. Now we need to go to a much more decentralized and a balancing through a smart grid and others to be able to create a new energy, production as well as distribution system. I think that's quite exciting, and that itself is a huge transition for most of the societies. As more variable renewables get connected to the grid, power system flexibility will need to be managed. Better storage technologies will need to be coupled with AI-enabled demand response systems that will play a key role. As more and more sectors get electrified, energy consumers will evolve as prosumers, playing a key role in demand flexibility management of this distributed energy grid, but also potentially creating profits for themselves. So not only energy gets free, but energy could also create a household income. And that could be exciting as well. But again, a lot of policy and a lot of capabilities needs to be there in the entire cities for it to become commonplace. Now, if you move forward, if I can show you that three main drivers towards net zero transition of the electricity sector will be: one, decarbonization of fuel, emission reductions, efficient mobility models and services like shared mobility, scaling up the public transit, efficient autonomous mobility, and also zero traffic fatalities, ZTF. This transition will need to address a few key imperatives. Transitioning to a low carbon and new modes of mobility that will require investments in, as I mentioned before, enabling cross-sectoral urban infrastructure, integrated and open approach to enabling more autonomous operations and efficient data-driven decision-making, and finally, the ecosystem-led service approach to drive a relevant outcome. So I hope it gives you a bit of flavor. I wanted to kind of take a moment and double-click and just showcase how one technology alone can create such a positive outcome for the entire scenario. And I'll give you some of these examples as well. So if you can move to next slide, please. So digital twins is one of those exciting pieces. So this is where you can create a replica of the entire digital infrastructure. Not only use that to create simulation, but use it to do operational monitoring as well as operational control. But over time, create end-to-end system optimization that is not possible in any other way. As you know, the AI systems kind of help us move away from this departmental thinking. Now, cities today are very much departmentalized and they think in certain silos. But when you bring things together in a digital twin framework, now you can design and optimize and operate and manage and monitor everything at the city level, everything at the citizen outcome level, everything at the sustainability level. Doesn't matter what the system is, doesn't matter how old it is, doesn't matter where it is. Now you have this end-to-end perspective. So digital replica of a city, which is a virtual model of its road, buildings, public spaces, combined with real-time information, feeds from sensor and other sources, can help you create some of those areas. Ultimately, there's many layers to this. You can start component level, project level, asset level, portfolio system, complex level, and then the city level, which can help you project the demand or manage the demand, look at air pollution, look at the solar potential or energy consumption, or even health impact and livability side. All of these things are the citizen outcomes that every city administrator, every city manager wants to be part of. And I think that's exciting. There has never been before this sort of technology which lets you do end-to-end optimization side. If you move to the next slide, I'll show you some examples on how this has been done. So if you look at the in Chattanooga, actually, this is the city in Tennessee, and U.S., a relatively small city, 182,000, one of the most congested. They worked on a project where digital twin technology, coupled with machine learning, was able to optimize the traffic light and reduce the fuel consumption by 16%. And again, just think about it. If you can take this and take it across the country, it will save 15 billion liters per year in just US alone. Just imagine how much that can be saved. Again, these are efficiency plays and technology play in many ways. I'm just giving you examples so you can see how much is possible here. UK Smart Grid. It's another example I'll give you. It's a UK distribution and transmission network operator, SP Energy Networks and Digital Catapult are working with University of Strathclyde and the National Grid ESO, which is trying to understand how the potential role of advanced digital technology could be there in achieving UK's net zero goals. With the anticipated electrification of heat and transportation and proliferation of distributed energy resources, as I mentioned before, such like, and then the distribution like electric vehicles, solar, standalone battery storage, you will see a lot of flexibility. And again, this is where, peak capacity can be managed very well. If you want to see the new truck that got launched in US from Ford, F-150, and they are saying they now can power the house from the truck itself in case of an outage. And so you can see some of these demand drivers or also the storage for creating the peak capacity or an outage scenario. A lot of those things are, will be positive. But coming back to UK's example, once the digital twin is done, it will help understand the system in real time. We'll be able to visualize, simulate how and when the electricity transmission and distribution network is being used in order to balance the system in most optimal, safe, and cost-effective manner. I give you last example, which is the Singapore side. Singapore is one of the key early adopters of digital twin technologies. And Singapore is actively promoting cycling as part of low carbon energy to engage citizens in the physical exercise. Authorities are using digital twin technology to confirm road condition through a 3D model, taking into account factors as road obstacles, street shading, surrounding facilities, traffic connection, and other information in order to plan bicycle lanes and bicycle parking lots in the digital space. I think those are pretty exciting outcomes. And again, I have another example where you can see, how the campus, like California State University, was able to reduce as much as 1/3 of load reduction during a disaster recovery event. So again, a lot of exciting possibilities, which could be as much as 30% saving in terms of peak capacity planning. So I would just say this, that what you should be thinking, that a lot of these examples are showcasing us that digital technologies play an important part in planning, monitoring, optimizing a great outcome that is possible with a new kind of system. Smart grid, where distributed power production is there, cannot be really operated and balanced unless the digital technologies play a key part. Digital meters are playing key part. Pricing is published on a regular basis, and there are many customers in East Asia as well, in Japan as well as in Korea, who are betting in a big way after the nuclear disaster to say how the solar can play a much bigger part in each community. So very exciting on what's possible from digital technologies, not only to optimize, not only to monitor, but also operate and improve the efficiency by significant percent, as much as 10 to 30%. Let's move to next slide, please. So again, you have seen a lot of the vision, a lot of technologies, but again, I would just say in the case of the technologies, they play a part in owning and driving efficiency. But the bigger part comes in from a leadership and the people side as well. And this is where cities need to take a lead in adapting and orchestrating transformation. So this becomes a transformation, and any transformation is a journey. And as they move on this journey, as I mentioned, not only is it good for humanity, but also it's a big opportunity. So they have to make sure the climate actions are driving meaningful multilateral partnership across government tiers and private sectors. Cities will have to drive a true integrations across their system of system. That means they have a multiple systems and they kind of nested, but they don't have an end-to-end view. So they have to create the system of system, as we call it. You may have let's call it a heating system or kind of a transmission system, or you may have the waste system, but they're not necessarily having an end-to-end visibility. But the good news is today, integrated operations center and many other things from a digital city and smart city, all of these systems can be combined very seamlessly, and you have a end-to-end view of what the city's carbon footprint is and where is the optimization opportunities are, and what should they be doing, both from a policy and or system optimization perspective and control perspective as well. Next piece is that as you do more digitization, as you have more data, we have to make sure cybersecurity issues are managed at the same time as well. So zero trust security becomes very, very critical. And zero trust security is the foundation stone for everything we do in the digital city. What zero trust security means is that there is no way someone can assume to be having a profile different. So if someone's behavior is defined as X, if there is a new behavior, that new behavior is not allowed, because it's every action within the system is assumed to be zero trust. So not only the person have to be defined, but what the person can do is also well defined. And those business controls are important. So tomorrow, if someone goes to a system and says, please transfer this data, that's not allowed, because that's zero trust security. You may have seen just yesterday or day before, Shanghai police lost about 1 billion records of its citizens. We do not know who the actors were, but clearly you can see it's a major breach, I think the largest breach ever. But those are the kind of sort of things is very important for us to make sure that as we digitize, as we electrify, the system is resilient and system is secure. Last but not least is, how do we make sure we have a more inclusive approach? How do we get the whole population to be accepting, adapting, and benefiting from this? And that's what the digital divide is. And this is where is removing digital divide is critical to have a sustainable growth. And this digital divide sometimes come from the education, sometimes come from the aid, sometimes comes from the ability to change. And we have to make sure we can bring everybody together. And this ability to change or willingness to change is not just digital only. It happens when anything new comes out, whether it's vaccination or it's about recycling. And a lot of those things require for us to bring the entire population together and be able to benefit from the positive benefits that a lot of these new technologies, whether it's about decarbonization, carbon capture, electrification changes, or urban mobility that is all powered by electricity or hydrogen, or new way of living that you saw from a woven city. All of those things are requiring a acceptance and leaning in by citizens that is very, very important. Move to next slide, please. So as I'm closing this, I just will basically say, if you step back even further, cities need to take sustainability as the core principles of designing long-term vision and roadmap. Not only that, this can actually ensure that not many people are left behind, but it also can create economic benefit that each city is looking for. So long-term vision and roadmap must include the policy, the regulatory actions, operational excellence, change management, some of these things I talked about. Cities have to be able to move beyond a subsystem level complexity, how they may be organized. They have to think about a digital layer that can help them look at things end to end, optimize things to end, control things end to end, and organization structure underneath that needs to enable that. And change management within the government will also be required. And I think that system of system is something that digital technology enable. And that is the first basis before other things can happen. Now, if you want to build a digital city, it has to have a foundation, because things will keep changing. 5 years from now, something else will happen. So how do we make sure we have a digital core that acts as foundation? So no matter which direction in the future we go, that core is able to serve the new use cases or new expectations or new technologies. And I think that core is what the cities will have to think about as well. And last but not least, as I said, as you think about the sustainability as a core driver for long-term vision and roadmap, if local innovation is not captured, the digital divide will always be there, and the people's acceptance will also be not there. So how do we engage the citizens? How do we engage the universities? How do we engage the industry? So industry can be part of the solution. So I am super excited for what's possible with technology. As I mentioned, there is a pretty bold goals that many of the cities, many of the countries are putting forth. I think we still have a lot of inventions, a lot of innovations to do to hit 2050 goals. I know it's a very pressing goals because guess what? If we don't make those innovations happen, if we don't make those inventions happen, if we don't get divide between rich and developing countries be gapped in terms of technology, I think we all are going to pay the price. So I would encourage all of you, I will urge all of you to be part of the solution. If you're running a company, think about how your vision includes sustainability. Do you have a good understanding of your own carbon footprint? Do you have a set of goals that you have announced externally and internally that everyone is working towards? Do you have set of goals, which set of technologies that gives you the core to be able to manage sustainability and electrification and the carbon reduction and carbon zero roadmap? And again, you have to make sure this is everyone's responsibility, everyone's ownership. Unless everyone owns it, this would not happen. So thank you very much for listening. I'm super excited to be on this journey. I would look forward to engaging, collaborating, partnering with you. We have a lot to offer, but we also have a lot to learn. And with that, I look forward to a great journey together ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bida, for your insightful sharing. In the next section, our third keynote speaker will be delivering her keynote address entitled Material Designs for Distributed Carbon Capture. She will share how the mass implementation of CO2 direct air capture, or DAC, is potentially achieved through distributed capture solutions that can be implemented in mass number and in as many places as possible. DAC is rapidly emerging as a complementary solution to existing climate change mitigation strategies. To achieve distributed carbon capture, recent advancement by our team at SUTD has shown a novel form of carbon capture material that is lightweight and easily integrated into urban spaces. A synergy between film architectural design and device design collectively demonstrate the potential of passive and distributed carbon capture from ambient air. She is currently an associate professor in the Engineering Product Development pillar at SUTD, and she holds 2 appointments as the Associate Pillar Head and the Director for the Digital Manufacturing and Design Center, also known as DEMAND. DEMAND's research profile spans the breadth of digital design and manufacturing resources and capabilities that integrate across design, materials, and manufacturing processes. Hong Yi has co-authored more than 150 peer-reviewed publications and is a co-inventor of 30 granted patents. May I introduce our third speaker, Associate Professor, Engineering Product Development Pillar, Lo Hong Yi.
Hello, I'm Hong Yi. I'm an associate professor at the Engineering Product Development Pillar at SUTD. I'm also concurrently the director of the Digital Manufacturing and Design Research Center. I'm gonna go ahead now and share my screen. So firstly, I'd like to thank the organizer. It's a pleasure to be a keynote speaker for the 2022 SUTD's first industry workshop. Today, I'm going to be sharing with you on our recent research related to carbon capture, and it's called direct air capture. I'm sure every one of you listening to this talk have heard of the issues of CO2 level at record high, has heard of the climate change crisis, perhaps so frequent that it risks that some of us become insensitive to the urgency of this crisis. Unfortunately, the CO2 level in our atmosphere continue to rise. There are two important information I'm sharing in this slide. Firstly, today in our atmosphere, the CO2 concentration is more than double the CO2 level pre-industrial level. A second important information is that this rise in the CO2 in our atmosphere is associated with the rise of CO2 emission from human activities. And hence the phrase anthropogenic emissions refers to CO2 emissions related to, basically human activities. The primary source of carbon dioxide in our air come from what we call a point source carbon emissions. And these are concentrated CO2 emission primarily from power plants, whether it's coal plants or fossil fuel plants, as well as industries, processes plants. Hence, naturally, the main carbon capture solution today is what is called a point source carbon capture. It essentially refers to capturing CO2 where they are emitted. These current solutions are essentially integrated into existing power plant or chemical plant. Just to give a sense of the scale of today's point source carbon capture technologies, this image shows a representative of what a carbon capture solution look like. And these solutions, as I said, is usually integrated into these power plant or chemical plants, right? And hence the capture at the source of emissions. Point source carbon capture is a fairly mature technology. Today, among all the worldwide point source carbon captured, the technology has achieved a capture efficiency of about 90%. So there is still that residual of 10% of carbon emission that escape into the air. Nevertheless, what this means is that today, worldwide, we are kind of sequestering close to about 40 million tons of CO2. This is far from enough. In order to address the climate change issues, we need to increase the capture capacity to 8 gigatons of CO2 by 2050. So the industries are racing to increase the capture capacity in the point source capture industries. Even if the industries are able to achieve 100% capture efficiency, and that would mean achieving a net zero emissions, we are still far from achieving our goal. Because besides point source emissions, there are also the what is called the distributed distribution. This comes from, for example, the transport industries, the building sectors, as well as agriculture and so on. And not to forget the cumulative CO2 concentration, the historical cumulative CO2 concentration in the air. So to achieve that ambitious goal, we need what's called a negative emission technologies. Negative emission technology generally aims to achieve a net reductions of CO2 in the atmosphere. One such potential negative emission technology is referred to as direct air capture. As the phrase implied, this means capturing CO2 directly from our atmosphere outside of the point source emissions. Now, there's this challenge with direct air captures. And then primarily today, the cost of direct air capture is at magnitudes of order higher than the point source capture. And that is because of the concentration of CO2 in ambient air being far lower than the concentrated CO2 from point source emissions. Nevertheless, the proponents of direct air captures argue that, with scale, we can reduce the cost of direct air captures. So today we do have a number of commercial direct air capture solutions. One of these pioneer is a company called Climate in Switzerland. And this image shows the direct air capture installations that has been put in place. One of my partners said that if we were to implement today's direct air capture, it would take up an entire Orchard Road, right? So a current technology gap, if you will, in direct air capture is the high footprint requirement that makes this not feasible in urban or in land-surface city area like Singapore. This is where we aspired to offer an alternative to today's direct air capture solution that could potentially be installed in urban cities. Before I go into sharing with you our technology, let me share one of the reasons why today's capture solutions require a fairly high footprint. And that boils down to the type of material that's being used to capture CO2. Generally, these captured material can be broadly categorized into what's called liquid absorbents and solid absorbents. And the picture kind of gives you an image of what this material look like, right? The liquid absorbents, the mainstream material, it's amine chemicals. And these are actually hazardous chemicals that is being used to capture CO2. The solid solvent, as its name implies, are made out of powder and pellets type of materials. A commonality between these two materials, aside from the differences in their capture performance and capacity and stability and so on, is that these form factors are very inflexible in how one could design the captured device for where they can be used, right? And this is where we come in. We've been working on a carbon capture material in the form of a freestanding film. This image shows you a picture of what looks like a plastic film. In this what looks like a plastic film is our proprietary material formulations. And we are referring to this film as carbon capture composite film, or abbreviating as a C3 film. The film, and it looks like a plastics, passively absorbs CO2 without the need to actively input energy. The absorbed CO2 can then be released on demand for where CO2 are needed. Right. So this is what we call a regenerable carbon capture film. We started this research about 4 years ago, and today in our lab, we are producing meters scale of these C3 films. In addition to the pictures that you see, another aspect of our innovation is that we could control the capture performance through introducing what we call surface texture. By texturing the film, we can control what's called the capture dynamics. The graph over here shows the concentration of CO2 in a controlled environmental chamber. And the different color of the graph shows how fast or how much the film can capture. So while today our kind of a baseline C3 film has a capture performance on par with state-of-the-art carbon capture material out there, our solutions further offer a range of engineering parameters that allow us to tailor and tune the capture performance according to the requirement. Now, in the next few slides, I'm going to show some use case of how C3 film is used in a urban environment. The first example over here is a C3 film installed in a bus stop. Now, many of us who take public transport would know that every time a bus arrives at a bus stop, there is a gust of CO2 that comes from the exhaust. So by performing these tests at the bus stop during a peak hour between 5 to 6 p.m., we see a surge in the CO2 concentration, what we call the number of CO2 spike at the bus stop, right? By mounting our C3 film at the bus stop, we effectively reduce the CO2 spike at the bus stop, and the film simply sit, passively at the bus stop. So this is one example of how a carbon capture solution can now be implemented in the urban environment. In another example, this was a control test actually done in an indoor environment. So this was done at the Skylab at the Building and Construction Authority in Singapore. So the picture shows two identical rooms with identical setting, identical CO2 emission, right, simulated by a simulated human respiration. And the graph over here shows the measured CO2 level between a room with and without the C3 film. Again, the C3 film are kind of mounted or allowed to place in a room passively. Imagine it like a air filter that we becomes, a device that is common in a household, right? An air filter device. So imagine a C3 film like an air filter device sitting in a room. And this graph shows that the presence of the C3 film consistently maintain a lower CO2 level in the room, right? And this translates to almost a liters of a CO2 removal from the room over the test period. Last but not least, through a collaboration with an architecture professor, Professor Thomas Schofer in SUTD, and through a Master of Architecture thesis, a standalone tower made out of our C3 material was designed to capture CO2. So this tower, in fact, as we kind of hypothesize the installation of this tower, if any one of you recognize, this is a view near the Keppel area in the southern part of the Singapore island. So this could be a freestanding tower made out of C3 material that again captures CO2 without needing additional energy. It just make use of the wind flow in the environment that draw basically air around the towers where the air is essentially cleaned up of the CO2, right? So these three examples that I've shown up until now give us a hope that carbon capture solutions can be done in the city areas. Now, let me extrapolate a little bit more from what we have shown, what we have been studying. This is an ongoing study, but nevertheless, now imagine that a skyscraper can potentially actually, or it's known to potentially emit about 1,000 to 3,000 tons of CO2 per year. Now, if we take the CBD area of Singapore, right? And if we looked at the number of a building that is above 150 meter tall in Singapore, we have about close to 100 of them, right? So just by taking an average numbers, we can postulate the potential of C3 film removing between 150,000 to 3,000 tons of CO2 per year. Now, extrapolating it further, because the C3 film can be installed in essentially any city area. So if we take just the metropolitan area, is the southeast area, totaling the number of tall buildings, we can potentially capture close to 3 million tons of CO2 per year. So with these extrapolations, we kind of, we have these aspirations that building can potentially serve as a carbon capture station. Now, this number may seem to be small compared to the number that I begin with at the beginning of this talk, right? But we believe that every bit of capture count. So our effort now towards, capturing CO2 from city area, we're giving it a name of a carbon beat, and we aspire to bring these solutions to every cities in Asia. At this juncture, I like to thank my team. So this is an effort with what my partner sometimes call partner in crime, Associate Professor Tan Mei Chi, who is also a professor at the Engineering Product Development Pillar, and the research team, Daniel, Kejin, and Ben. So I'm going to stop here. And again, I thank you for your attention and listening to this talk.
Thank you, Associate Professor Low, for your enlightening speech. And once again, we are deeply appreciative to our distinguished speakers for their time in delivering their perspectives and opportunities on smart application for sustainability. In the next segment of our program, the forum panel will discuss and address the present and imminent global challenges. They will also debate on upcoming research megatrends and the outlook for Singapore's research and development in the next decade. Before we proceed, let us go for a break. Our program will commence in 5 minutes' time. warm welcome and thank you for joining us at the annual FIRST, Fostering Industrial Research Success Together. The FIRST Industry Workshop started in 2016 to foster collaborative research by developing and deepening industry-academia ties.
For Singapore to gain a competitive edge, we must focus on 3 key attributes.
And you need to share value with your trusted partner.
We must know ourselves in the past and know the present strength of our competitors and know how to gear up ourselves for the future.
At SUTD, we are developing S-Tetro, a robot that is capable of accessing floor as well as staircases.
So finding that right match of skills and requirements is actually very important.
But it's also important to be able to leverage the wider ecosystem.
SME really are the engine of the growth and the innovation in the Asia-Pacific region.
I absolutely believe the next decade or two is going to be a golden era for startups.
So I feel that this disruption is going to completely overhaul the industry.
Once again, a huge shout out to each and every one of our generous and supportive sponsors. Join us next year for the 2022 edition of the first industry workshop on 27th July 2022. I'll see you then.
Welcome back to the first Industry Workshop 2022. Now, with the threat of climate change posing mounting challenges on energy demand, food supplies, economies, and biodiversity, there's an urgent need to mitigate the adverse effects of global warming with technology and R&D. Now, although technological advancements and breakthroughs are supporting sustainability efforts and bringing us closer to goals of zero waste and circular economies, there's still much work and research needed to achieve these goals in an increasingly resource-constrained world, especially if we want to create healthcare systems that are sustainable while improving public health, or future buildings and cities that are energy efficient, or even food supplies that are resilient to climate change. Now, recognizing that sustainability is key to the ever-changing global landscape, the Singapore University of Technology and Design believes in addressing sustainability as a series of interlinked challenges that are not only solvable, but opportunities for innovation, growth, and a more abundant and joyful future. Now, the SUTD Sustainability Plan articulates SUTD's core vision of being the foremost university in the world for technology and design education and research, to offer a unique future-forward approach to making sustainable change. Now, during our panel discussion today, distinguished forum panelists will discuss the development and utilization of smart technologies to build a resilient and sustainable future, and how to overcome challenges brought about by climate change, something that is further compounded by black swan events like the COVID-19 pandemic. And joining us today for our discussion are, first of all, Erwin Virey, Chief Sustainability Officer and Professor, Architecture and Sustainable Design Pillar, SUTD. Now, Erwin currently leads the sustainability initiatives in SUTD. Prior to his current role, he was the head of Architecture and Sustainable Design Pillar from May 2016 to July 2021. Now, Erwin was Global Excellence Professor at Kyoto Institute of Technology and head of the Graduate School of Architecture and Design from 2012 to 2016. He's also the Chief Communications Officer for Kyoto Design Lab. Now, he served as member of the board of Toto Gallery Ma in Tokyo and member of Advisory Council for the Barcelona Institute of Architecture. Now, Erwin is an award ambassador, for the Wholesome Awards in Asia Pacific and served as a jury chair and member of various prominent architecture awards in the region. Erwin has also been an editor of the influential magazine A+U, or Architecture plus Urbanism, since 1996. Thank you so much for joining us. And also joining us on this panel is Eugene Wei, Director, Enterprise Division, A-Star. Now, Eugene leads A-Star's Venture and Creation Growth Division, and that's a team that actively seeks to expand the base of innovative enterprises by leveraging technologies and capabilities in A-Star to create innovative products, services, and competitive businesses in Singapore. Now, prior to his current appointment, Eugene led Accelerate Venture Creation Private Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of A-Star. He had also held roles in corporate governance, policy, and business development at Accelerate, the marketing and commercialization arm of A-Star. Eugene also previously held offices at A-Star, including Director of its Organizational Excellence Division and Deputy Director of Policy and Planning. Now, before he joined the A-Star family, Eugene had come from a varied background which spanned consultancy and market intelligence for companies such as IDC and IBM. Also joining us today is Harjeet Singh Rekhi, General Manager, WW Digital Cities at Dell Technologies. Now, he leads the go-to-market and sales for Dell Technologies' global digital cities team. Now, in his role, he serves numerous customers globally, helping them in their complex transformation journey. Harjeet works cross-functionally with Dell Technologies to assemble pursuit teams, collaborating with customer organizations to fulfill their expectations. Now, Harjeet has been with Dell for more than a decade, witnessing the organization transform into an end-to-end solutions provider. He's a key member of the leadership team, having served various roles in sales, solutioning, and marketing. Harjeet's career spans financial services, consumer durables, automobiles, telecoms, and IT. He's been a veteran of the ICT industry, having spent over 2 decades with iconic companies Motorola and Dell Technologies. Now, the other person joining our panel today is Selena Sia. Selena Sia is Adjunct Assistant Professor and Assistant Chief Executive Officer, Transformation, Changi General Hospital. Now, Selena has assumed concurrent roles as Assistant Chief Executive Officer, Changi General Hospital, and the Development Lead for a new regional health campus to serve the growing needs in the eastern part of Singapore, where she provides leadership and direction for care transformation, looking at developing enablers in infrastructure, technology, and innovations. She is also the director for the Center of Healthcare Assistive Robotics and Technology, or CHART, which provides oversight for the Smart Systems Program Office at Ministry of Health to drive the adoption of robotics and assistive technology and evaluate its impact. Now, with an eye on Singapore's future healthcare landscape, she's also working on strategic partnerships as Deputy Chair at the SingHealth Duke NUS's Academic Medicine Innovation Institute. Now, last but certainly not least, we also have with us Wong Tun Swan, Founder and Managing Director, One Blue Advisory LLP. Now, Mr. Wong has more than 40 years of experience in water energy nexus and sustainable urban solutions, with senior management position in both private and public sectors. Now, Mr. Wong is a registered professional engineer, a senior member of Institute of Engineers of Singapore. He also attended Advanced Management Program at Harvard Business School. He established One Blue Advisory LLP in 2011 and is the executive advisory of ILO of NUS Enterprise, focusing in translation and commercialization, IP management, advice and mentor startup, spin-off companies. Now, between 2015 to 2020, he was also the European Union Business Avenue's Singapore Industry Expert for industrial sector related to green energy, environment, and water. Now, Mr. Wong is also a member of the Singapore University of Technology and Design Steering Committee for NSOE. In early 2020, he was invited to be a member of the Energy Market Authority's Board Committee on Energy Reliability and Technology. Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists for joining us today. Now, I'm going to start off with the first question without further ado, and this question is, How can technology address the exponential need for energy and natural resources to drive economic growth? Maybe the first person who can answer this would be Wong Chun Chuan. Chun Chuan, what are your thoughts on this?
Hi, good morning, all. Thank you for having me in the panel. Be happy to share some of my view. To me, I would like to look at the so-called the water and energy nexus and concentrating about so-called the technology part of it. Now, water is life, energy is also an essential utility. I would like to start with the water. Now, to ensure there are sufficient growth in the technology to support sustainable water treatments, a lot of the focus, in my view, will be in the membrane technology, where it will drive the usage of energy down to a lowest possible level. Give example on the membrane technology, where we can now, in the desalination plant, bring the consumption of 4 kilowatt unit down to 2 kilowatt unit at the system level. So what does it mean? Can the technology continue to address so-called the need of energy in treatment of water? The answer is yes. So we are looking at various technology pushing down the energy consumption further into biomimetic and things like that. You move on to the energy side, then you will find that everybody is talking about deployment of solar energy. To me, there is still room to improve the efficiency of solar panel. Now we're looking at the best panel in the market now. They are looking at, I think, maximum 22% efficiency. Now, I think certainly through some research and material and system design, then you should able to push it to say 25. So if you link the two together, the water and energy together, then we may lead to the other one on the natural resources, where the technology should able to push, where we can extract more difficult resource, extract more resources from difficult site like deep sea and for natural gas and things like that. That's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chun Chuan. And of course, we'd also like to hear from Harjit Breking. Harjit, what are your thoughts on this? How can technology address the exponential need for energy and natural resources to drive economic growth?
Yeah, thank you, Wayne. Thank you for inviting me and the fellow panelists to talk about, sustainability and climate change. I think increasingly being described as an existential threat to our planet. Clearly, there are several areas in which one could look at from a technology perspective. I think it was just referred to a short while ago about energy, and clearly some of the areas in which technology is making a lot of headway, and will continue to see that over this decade, is in the area of battery technologies. Sort of not just reducing the cost, but reducing the weight and improving the efficiency of that. Green hydrogen is another area that is increasingly becoming very critical. Smart agriculture and vertical farming, especially for food security, and ensuring that we can, as a society, ensure that we use much less resources to grow more food. Remember, a lot of the agricultural produce is now being used for alternative energy uses versus just for food requirements. And so that's sort of putting pressure as well. There's also technologies such as IoT and sensor technologies, along with smart metering, that is helping individuals like you and me manage our energy consumption in a far more efficient manner, for redistribution of energy amongst commercial and residential users. And all of that is making the entire electric grid a lot more intelligent. But just to talk a little bit about some of the battery technology, I mean, in the last decade, we've seen the battery technology efficiency rise up. The cost has come down dramatically. And in this current decade, we expect to see that happening even a lot more. And so clearly, that is going to be an area that is going to make the most profound impact in the way technology can help in climate change. The changing electric grid is another area. For instance, the more electric vehicles are used, the lesser we require, hydrocarbons to power our transport networks. In fact, the electric grid is going to see the most profound changes over the next 10 years than it has seen in the last 100 years. And so that's going to have a dramatic impact as more and more electric utility producers, smaller producers like individuals, are going to contribute to the grid. The grid would then have to store that technology and then reuse it when it's most required. The third area is electric vehicles. And so the sooner we adapt and adopt that technology, the sooner we can get electric vehicle technology, not just in expensive cars, but in freight traffic, in trucks and buses, the sooner we can achieve peak demand in hydrocarbons. And so we can start to reduce our dependency on that very, very rapidly. And then finally, remote working. So we've seen that during COVID. We've clearly been given a very clear demonstration of how technology can play a significant role in keeping the economy powered, in keeping people employed, but at the same time reducing the carbon footprint dramatically. And so the more remote working technologies get better, the more organizations begin to adopt that as a way of life, the more we'll see the benefits to society at large.
Thank you so much, Harjit, for that very, very comprehensive answer. So many insights over there. And I want to move on to talk about what we're having right now, which is the global COVID-19 pandemic. I wonder, how can we rethink and innovate in our sustainability efforts with COVID-19? Maybe, Selena, you might be able to share some insights on this.
Thank you, Wayne. Greetings to the people of the future. Healthcare has been in a thrust of transformation, in part because the complex system is trying to grapple with the impact of aging, increase in chronic disease, whilst struggling with a population reduction, or more commonly known as the manpower crunch. So we have a supply increase and a supply decrease, but coupled with a demand increase. And COVID-19 actually gave us this to realize that whilst we rebuild our healthcare resilience, we need to take into account the environment, and even more so. And COVID-19 actually is a cloud in the silver lining, because first and foremost, we realize how much single-use disposables, such as the personal protective equipment, is burned on a daily basis because we need to fight an infectious disease. Are there other innovations that can allow us opportunity to look at reusables? And this is something that healthcare has been grappling for years. But with COVID-19, we realized how much we could help harm the environment, because we have to, at the same time, save lives. So this gives us a huge opportunity and impetus to look at reusable consumables. The other thing is the increase in clinical waste during the last 2.5 years. And this definitely gives us impetus to then think about how do we change our culture for consumption and procurement in order to look at increasing the recycling and products needs to be rethought and redesigned in order for us to achieve those goals. And we're not even talking about new functionalities. We're just looking at new materials or new ways of handling things which we have clinically proven to work. The other thing is we need to start thinking about building healthcare facilities that have the capability to deal with climate change in the beginning, rather than to find ways to cope with it. That is, how do we thermoregulate? How do we use all the smart technologies that were mentioned earlier to allow us to increase renewable energy using the footprint that we have, reuse consumables that we throw away, reduce energy, water consumption, for example. And all this requires us to deliberately design it from the start and deliberately think about how it would change consumer consumption and habits from the start. And this is really useful because today, when we talk about resiliency in healthcare, most people think about isolation rooms, expanding the emergency department, but there are actually a lot of opportunities for us to look at bringing in the environmental concern early.
Thank you so much, Selena, for that perspective, especially on healthcare and much more. Now, it's true that many industries really do have a high carbon footprint, especially some of the bigger sectors. So, Harjit, can you tell us, how do you think technology can provide a more sustainable future for industries with high carbon footprint?
Yeah, thanks, Wayne. Actually, the largest footprint is really not an industry. It's actually the cities we live in. And I wanted to share some facts with the SUTD community. Cities occupy a meager 4% of the Earth's landmass, yet consume close to 78% of the global energy generated, and while contributing 60% of greenhouse gas emissions. So the size and scale of the complexity of the cities we live in are extremely dramatic. Today, half of the world's population lives in cities, a number that is expected to grow to 70% by 2050. Now, let's do another statistic. The global population by then, which is by 2050, which is about 28 years from now, will be just shy of 10 billion people. 9.5, 9.7, I believe, is the estimate. Which is 70% of that number is approximately 7 billion, which coincidentally is the exact number of souls on planet Earth today. What that really means is that in the next 2+ decades, the entire global population as it stands today is going to be living in cities. Now, that is the size and scale of the problem, and that is what we're seeing as being the biggest challenge for society to tackle. So clearly, the most important aspect that we need to address is how do we make our cities more sustainable? How do we ensure that the technology that we employ in not just designing cities, but also in terms of running cities, can deliver the sustainability goals, scope 1, 2, 3, for society at large. And so technology is helping design cities from grounds up as we speak, but also looking at how do we manage cities today. And the biggest contributor of carbon emissions within cities are buildings, which in turn contribute to 40% of greenhouse gas emissions. And so a simple use of technologies such as building information systems, called BIM, is an excellent way of providing real-time data on energy utilization, as well as solutions on predictive analytics or outcomes resulting from planned changes. So for example, better programming of elevators and escalators, huge consumers of energy. The HVAC system, how do you design that better? Can we simulate a 1 degree increase in temperature, and what does that do in terms of lowering the energy consumption of that enormous system? Letting people work from home for a few days, starting with adults with young children as an example. All of these are ways and means in which technology can play a central role in reducing the energy consumption of cities. But not just in terms of existing cities. We're also helping design brand new cities that are being built on the foundation of green. So, for instance, we're working with one of the largest automotive companies in the world to design a brand new city on the foothills of Mount Fuji in Japan that will be completely run on hydrogen fuel cell technology. So the entire city would be powered by hydrogen fuel cells. And this is not fiction. This is real. This is happening as we speak. The city is being constructed. And clearly, this is the way that the new cities are challenging technology to deliver on the green promise. Another city in Saudi Arabia, a city called Neom, is being built as we speak on a $500 billion budget that will be fully green when it actually gets inhabited around 2030. Closer home, Nusantara, which is the proposed new capital of Indonesia, is expected to be built on green foundations. So clearly, the challenge for us as technology organizations is to be able to deliver on the promise of today's city needs as well as designing cities for the future. I spoke about transportation earlier, but wanted to speak a little bit more about that. Transportation is another sector where the full potential of what technology can bring to the table is being seen right in front of our eyes. So the advent of electric vehicles, the advent of autonomous driving and self-driving, that is will have the most profound change, not just in terms of sustainability, but also in terms of reducing road fatalities. So reducing the number of people who unfortunately die or get injured as a result of road accidents. And so in the US, transportation accounts for just shy of 30% of total greenhouse gas emissions. So clearly, that's an industry that will benefit the most from technology infusion in electric vehicles, like I said, not just in cars, but also in terms of public transportation, buses, as well as freight, last mile delivery vehicles, and so on and so forth. Finally, in terms of food, again, we spoke about that briefly a short while ago. How we grow our food is going to become an extremely important aspect, not just in terms of the water we use to grow our food, but also the amount of fertilizer we place into the soil, the herbicides that we place into the soil. All of that today is based on age-old practices. Technology is today being used to monitor the amount of fertilizer and herbicide that's going into and the amount of water that is being placed in farms. So we've been fortunate to work with a date farm in Egypt that reduced its water usage by 40%. And consider a date farm, there isn't day-to-day maintenance required to the extent of some of the other crops. The biggest variable cost for that farm is water. And so if you could reduce water, not only does the farm become a lot more efficient, but it also is a far more sustainable way of growing crops. And one last example, we're working with an organization in Asia that actually is providing close to 40,000 handheld devices that is going farm to farm, smaller farms, not large farm to farm, checking soil conditions, uploading that data into the cloud, and analyzing it and aggregating it and disseminating it back to farmers so that they can decide how much of input do they require to grow a successful crop. So technology is already playing a very, very important role, and we expect in the next decade or two, this is going to be the most transformational coming of age of our technology solutions.
Thank you so much, Harjit. That was once again so comprehensive, so many golden nuggets of info over there for us to chew on. And that leads me to our next question, and that is, are present technologies able to tackle imminent sustainability changes? And if not, what are the necessary advancements in technology necessary to overcome challenges from climate change and secure our water and energy, as well as our food. So I'd like to address this question to Tun Swan. What are your thoughts?
Thanks, Wayne. I think perhaps I would like to add in land also, because when we talk about food, energy, water, uh, in the Singapore's context, I think the land is also equally important issue. Now, I think it's a lot of this technology that we have deployed now, as mentioned by Mr. Singh earlier, on all these vertical farming, aquaculture, which link to land use, smaller footprint, and efficient use, so that will also reduce energy and carbon footprint. Now, are they adequate now? Are they good enough? I think the answer will be is adequate, but perhaps a lot more improvement. Look at the vertical farming of, say, well, I want to use vertical aquaculture. There is a multi-story high building in Kranji looking at aquaculture, raising fish in, I think, about 7 story. My view is a lot more that can deploy on energy usage more efficiently through more usage of solar, plus perhaps in the countryside some wind energy, and then back to the water. How much can you recirculate the water without affecting your the fish farming grow? Well, so there's a need of technology to clean up the waste in the water more efficiently. So that is on probably a bit related to food, and the land use part of it, where, well, I think Mr. Singh mentioned about EV and things like that. Now, I probably will frame it as urban mobility. It's so very good to have the EV, which you need good battery technology. You just imagine the battery you use from in our handphone for in the 80 until now. The size have reduced, but the power density is definitely increased on a multiple fold. Now, vehicle to grid was also mentioned by Mr. Singh, meaning you are sending your extra power back to the grid. There's a few technology challenge, and I'm not sure. I think most of you will know. The more EV charger you have in the system, in our grid system, it actually mess up the power quality. Sometimes can be quite a big deal. Remember, in our country, there are a lot of high-tech wafer plant who need very clean energy. So where do we go from here about power quality management? I think that is something I think the technology should able to help. That's my view.
Thank you so much, Tun Swan. And now I'd like to come back to Harjit with the same question. Are present technologies able to tackle imminent sustainability challenges? And if not, what are the necessary advancements in technology necessary to overcome challenges from climate change and secure our food, water, and energy?
Yeah, so I think I refer to my earlier response as well. But just to add to that, I think there are a couple of other areas that one can definitely look at. A fast evolving industry called carbon capture that essentially is trying to reverse some of the challenges that we're facing with greenhouse gas emissions. And so carbon capture is really about capturing those greenhouse gases, trapping the radiation in the atmosphere that would otherwise escape into space. So clearly what some of the organizations are beginning to do, and it's early stages as yet, but this is going to be something that we will need to have a very good handle of over the next few years to be able to reverse some of the damage that's already been done. We, some of the statistics talk about Greenhouse gases, of which carbon dioxide is the biggest culprit, they have increased 50% since the Industrial Revolution began. And so clearly that's one of the causes for global warming. And by reducing the CO2 emissions is one area, but also recapturing some of that carbon in the air is an extremely important area. Again, early stages, but something that we're watching very closely in the technology space. There's also household energy efficiency. And in Singapore, we're one of the leaders in that space, using far more energy efficient labeled devices for the last several years, if not decades. We've had energy appliances being labeled in a industry-wide, widely globally accepted labeling process. We've been using energy saving light bulbs. We've been using flow limiters in our plumbing, and so on and so forth. So we've really led the way, but I think over the next few years we'll see a lot more happening in that area. We now have a rollout of smart water meters. We already have smart electric meters, and that is essentially going to help individuals like you and me better plan our consumption patterns and reduce our individual carbon footprint. I would say that those are the two areas in addition to what's already been said.
Thank you so much, Harjit, for adding on with those perspectives of how we can further secure our food, water, and energy. And moving on from that, I want to turn to healthcare. Now, can future health solutions contribute to sustainability development goals? Selena, what do you think?
Thank you. We have a really important goal, which is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all, and for all people of all ages, and promoting equality in healthcare for all. So that in itself is a sustainable goal, because if we don't achieve that, then when we come to 2050 with the kind of population statistics that Harvey just mentioned, the disparity will get worse, and then it becomes unsustainable to provide healthcare to only the top 5-10% who can afford it. As such, future health solutions or digital health solutions is something that we need to think about really seriously. Now, on a very basic level, digital health solutions help us at least to reduce the amount of paper or the tonnage of being used currently in healthcare. For every patient that comes in outpatient and inpatient, and tonnage of paper. In many countries, like for example, even in the US, where the electronic health record is a very common tool that's used in every healthcare facility. But it is the big names. Many of the outpatient clinics still continue to use paper and pen. So as such, the question is, if, for example, Kaiser Permanente, when they did a study, they were to reduce the amount of paper use to provide care plans and to even have internal communication with between the multidisciplinary team, they can actually increase the carbon sequestered by thousands of acres of pine tree farms. So you can imagine just the thing of reducing the need for more paper has a huge impact. Now, secondly, we also need to push ahead something which has been spoken about for 100 years, but has never really root until COVID-19, which is telemedicine. For areas that are geographically spread out, it is very easy to see the logic as compared to Singapore, where you can just run downstairs from your HDB block and there's probably a nearby GP. But having said that, there are still a lot of areas for us to work on, which includes specialist consult, multiple specialist consults that need to be done across different days in order to arrive at a diagnosis and a care plan and the appropriate treatment for our patient. We actually have a huge opportunity to continue to drive telemedicine in that. And telemedicine also allow us to reach out to perhaps areas in which people are finding mobility to be an issue. So therefore, future health solutions can play a huge part in allowing us to achieve sustainable goals. Other components include us being able to deliberately design for population health. And digital health solutions definitely can play a big role in nudging consumers in the right healthy lifestyles to pick up the correct lifestyle habits, to eat well, reduce sugar content, for example. And all this has a opportunity if we, for example, bring in the gaming motivation to allow people to understand what is important. The traditional way of just informing, passing somebody a pamphlet, it's not as useful anymore. And we should start looking at how social media, for example, has changed a lot of the way we worked and live. And can we also similarly do the same for encouraging healthier lifestyles? So I think there's a lot that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Selena, for that wonderfully insightful answer on how the healthcare sector is continuing to contribute to the sustainability development goals. Moving on, I want to move on to the government sector, and I want to ask Tun Swan this. Are present government policies adequate in driving innovation to tackle climate change? Tun Swan, your thoughts.
Well, my quick answer would be adequate, but certainly government can do more. Now, in Singapore, the government take a lead in many things, including the innovation. The policy is a very important enabler for things to start from ground zero. I think some years ago when they start the RIEC funding, I remember the policy put down is what we call a tripartite home policy: home for business, home for innovation, and home for talent. All right. So Singapore is home for so many things, including innovation, which is very important to drive our new and future economy. Now, with this policy, what is a funding policy then? Right? You have the framework. Where is the money? Take a quick example. I think the current RAC 2025, we have something like 25 billion Sing dollar. That's a lot of money, 5 billion a year. Now, where are the focus of some of this fund? Okay, I think there are focus team like sustainable urban solution, what we talk a lot about today on energy, talk about food, land use, and all these things. Now, there are also money set aside to match new policy coming up or new initiative. I believe they are so-called white space or what you call the blue ocean. Example here be coastal protection. It's very hot and it's very important topic. Then we government and every one of us need to address immediately. It's a lot of study, but when can we move on that? I'll come to that later. Now, in the sustainable urban solution, that will create also what we call living lab in Singapore. What does it mean? Any innovation, you cannot just within Singapore. But I think more importantly is we don't do it in isolation. We need to connect to the world. So there are policy or incentive to bring in other new technology that can pilot test here, that can scale up here and grow and become a contributor to our economy. So that part is a very important as a living lab. Singapore is small, compact, and well connected. Not just infrastructure, but IoT. I think many panelists talk about IoT. We are a very good test bed, and we are a very, I must say, we are a very advanced city to test so many things. Okay, now, so what with all this good policy coming in and attracting innovation, bringing talent, of course, the pandemic has set back a little bit, but I think we are catching up very fast. There is an article, I think in Strict Time on the 18 May 18, talk about front load the climate change expenditure. Okay, I think it's written by two professors, meaning we have climate change challenge, it'll be there to stay. The conflict in Europe will go there one day, but the climate change will be here to stay for a long time. So there are policy, there are funding. So the question is, when do you start spending and how fast can you spend? This particular article in the Stricter argue we should front load it, meaning we start it fast, we start it now. Anyway, we need those, so why don't we start? I thought that is a very interesting article, trigger a lot of thought. So that's my view that about policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tun Swan. And on that note, we want to speak to Eugene from A-Star and ask this question: what research strategies should government agencies and research centers adopt in order to bring about these necessary technological advancements to accelerate innovation in the areas of sustainability? Eugene, your thoughts?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Wayne, for the question. And thank you to the FIRST team for inviting me to be amidst this very illustrious panel. And I also like to thank Tun Swan, who really set me up very nicely for this question when he talked about the need for not working in silos. If I could lend a one-word answer to your question on what the broad strategies can and should be, I would say that the answer would be ecosystem development. Okay, so everything else I can say will just be noise, but I think ultimately what we need to think about is ecosystem development. And as Tun Swan had alluded to, it's exactly not about working in silos, but really reflecting on the word ecosystem and the etymology being home system. I think for us it's existential, and it's about working as comprehensively together as an ecosystem as possible. So let me expound on that a little bit, if I may. What do we mean by ecosystem development when it comes to technology development and technological advancements? I would say that ultimately the utility of a technology, or I would say that the technology is only as good as its ability to be utilized. I.e., we need to think about the absorptive capacity of some of these technologies that are coming out of our laboratories, right? So to that end, when we talk about the public sector's role, or for that matter, the IHLs, the Institutes of Higher Learning, or any public sector agency that's responsible for research, I think that the key strategy should not just be about the performance of research, but the development of an ecosystem. I.e., can we help increase the absorptive capacity in enterprises for the use of these technologies? Now, I think in order to do that, there needs to be a recognition that not all technologies or not all companies are created equal, right? I think you've got your large multinational corporations that may have ESG mandates, right, as part of their board committees, and they already have the incentive. They have already been set up to work towards the environment, sustainability, and that's part of their governance. So they will look at sustainability. Now the question is, beyond those companies, are we also able to look at a sustainable supply chain? I beg your pardon. What do I mean by a sustainable supply chain? I think that in addition to your large multinational corporations, are there also companies that we can uplift? Local enterprises, right, regardless of where we are, startups that can eventually contribute towards the sustainability, not only of the large companies that we engage, but also the broader ecosystem, and also to consumers. So I think ultimately, in my mind, that is the key thing, being able to develop the ecosystem. How are we doing it in Singapore? Again, to respond to Tun Swan and the need to spend now, front load, I fully agree. So in the last couple of months, you may have seen in Singapore, A-Star has established a new research institute. It's called the Institute for Sustainability for Chemicals, Energy and Environment. The acronym is ISCE squared. And that's exactly what we're doing in terms of investing in research upfront, but again, not for the sake of performing research, but really to drive ecosystem development. What we want to do is ensure that we have partnerships with academia, public sector agencies, and critically industries to support Singapore's climate change goals, including the Singapore Green Plan, the Zero Waste Master Plan, and also support all the local energy, chemicals, and pharmaceutical sectors to make them more sustainable.
Thank you, Eugene, for that very extensive and all-inclusive answer. And I think we've covered so much ground with what government agencies and research centers can do. We want to move on to talk about academia. And this one's for Erwin. Erwin, what can academia and research centers do to cultivate a resilient talent pipeline that has an interest in sustainability, especially with the global COVID-19 pandemic? How can we rethink and innovate in our sustainability efforts? Erwin, what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Win, for this wonderful conversation. I would like to thank also the other panelists for setting the ground for very insightful and enlightening contributions to what we can imagine for a sustainable world. We have created the SUTD Sustainability Plan, which is premised on the human-centric importance. And technology itself is not just technology, but actually related to the human being, for the human being. And at SUTD, we have created the internal plan whereby it has three components, which is the seeding of sustainability research, innovation, and enterprise. And then also the education for sustainable action, that it should be related to opportunities outside of the university. And then transforming our campus into an oasis, an open arena for sustainability, innovation, and solutions, so that the students, faculty, and the researchers would have opportunity to experiment and then do things in action. And then, of course, internally that happens. We cannot exist as a silo, and partnerships are very important. And so beyond SUTD, we build our partnerships to create a better world together, a happier, sustainable world. And one of these partnerships is actually the SUTD and Sing Health Research and Design Initiative. And it is together with Professor Selina and her team that we are developing the low carbon campus at Changi General Hospital and coming integrated health center at Bidok North. And then, of course, also there is the opportunity for a future health living laboratory, so a living laboratory for sustainable being and well-being studies. So I think the students have opportunity to actually explore what a healthy environment could be with the help of the team from CGH and Professor Selina's team. And then not only the young people, and then not only the research that happens within the university, but also maybe developing a continuing education program that involves people within CGH and then also within the community also. So I think that it expands the things we can do. So as Eugene was saying, it's developing the ecosystem for us to actually develop and create that sustainable world, not just dream about it, but actually put it into action and have this happier and sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Erwin. It's just wonderful to see this ecosystem in action, cooperation and collaboration between government, academia, and of course, important sectors like healthcare as well. Now, we're just about to run out of time, and I'm just going to end off this discussion with one last question in 1 or 2 minutes. Can you tell us, this will be a question for all our panelists, How do you think we can make sustainability as a way of life? Sustainability as a way of life. What are your thoughts? How can we make it a way of life? We're going to start, first of all, with Selena. Selena, what are your thoughts? How can we make sustainability as a way of life, in your view?
Well, that's this just coming straight off from Erwin's points that he mentioned earlier about our collaboration, right? One of the things that we are doing right now is actually coming out with a curriculum that every staff needs to go through. And I think we always start with education, and that's very important for us to ensure that we all have a level up our understanding about sustainability and what each and every one of us are responsible for and can do. And that will become very important because that will then help us to drive culture building and ensuring that all our initiatives we have in healthcare has sustainability targets in them. The second thing that we would like to also mention about is design. It's really important for us to think about how we do the supply chain, how we do the consumer, um, habits, and so on and so forth. It requires us to rethink and redesign, and therefore it is important for us as we start our journey in developing, for example, a greenfield site like the Eastern General Hospital at Bedok North, or a brownfield site like the Changi General Hospital. We can look at how we can improve the designs in healthcare, both in terms of the facilities, practices, and the people, in terms of achieving our sustainability goals. And then lastly, in terms of collaboration that we have with SUTD, we welcome everybody to also come on board and see how we can build a stronger and more resilient, more sustainable world together. Thank you.
That's wonderful. That's a great answer. And I want to find out the thoughts from Harjit as well. How do you think we can make sustainability a way of life?
Yeah, thank you. And this is something that we should learn from the younger generation. So it should be asked to the audience. But I would say that one of the first things to sort of look at, and something that I look at, is what is my personal carbon footprint, right? What am I responsible for? And it's really interesting when you start to look at your own lifestyle as it stands today and start to analyze what is your personal carbon footprint. So interestingly, actually, right here, right at home, SP Power, SP Group actually has a personal footprint calculator that everyone can access. You can go in right now and take a look at it. And it estimates it would take about 400 rain trees to compensate for the carbon footprint of typical Singapore residents. You do a quick back of the envelope calculation that's approximately 2 billion rain trees is what's required to compensate. And clearly we don't have the landmass for that. And so you start to look at your individual carbon footprint based on your own lifestyle, whether you drive, whether you take public transport, how many business, personal trips do you do, and so on. Do you recycle at home? And it sort of gives you a very good idea that you probably are way beyond the current level. So I would say start with measuring what's your personal carbon footprint, and then hopefully with some incremental changes, you can make some lifestyle changes, including myself. We all have to do it. It's not about the other person. We've got to start ourselves in terms of looking at ways and means in which we could do that. So I would say start to first measure and then start to make incremental changes. And clearly, recycle, reuse, reduce are terms that we are all very familiar with. And many of our younger generation are far better than us older folks in doing that. So I'm really glad that these younger generation are bringing on the change. But I think we all need to do a lot more to save the planet.
Thank you so much, Harjit. And we just got a few minutes left, but I still want to hear, before we end off, from Erwin as well as Eugene and Tun Swan, starting with Erwin. What is one thing you think we need to do right now to make sustainability a way of life?
Thank you, Wayne. Sustainability is really not sustainable unless we have our behavioral change itself, unless we make it our everyday. So I think it's very important that, as shared previously, that we have to make that change within our lives, our everyday life. And so I think the changes in our behavior is very important. And then in the crafting of the SUTD sustainability plan, we actually look into a Japanese concept called shikake. It's actually a small trigger that actually helps create behavioral change. It's a device that helps us maybe in our design thinking to be more aware and conscious of the aspirations we have and the things that we do. And as while ago, it was also stated that maybe data is helpful, and the technology we have with AI, machine learning, is also very helpful in creating the simulations for us to imagine what could be possible. So I think that even the world of metaverse also could help us in this. So behavioral change, each of us is very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Erwin. And Tun Swan, your thoughts on making sustainability a way of life? I'm sure you have quite a bit to tell us.
A way of life, I think I strongly agree with Prof. Edwin, is all about behavioral change. All right, perhaps I will talk about in three level. I mean, as a personal level, I think Mr. Singh have talked a lot about your own carbon footprint, how you measure it. I want to move on to the educational level, especially for the young. Okay, I involve some of the so-called CDC level activity where schools are taking on this role and imparting on knowledge about what is climate change, what is sustainability in a very simple way to the student, like use less electricity, save water, and all this behavior need to be cultivated from very young. Then the next one, very quickly, of course, we look at the industry. Well, we have a question about which industry having some industry have very high carbon footprint. What are they going to do about it? Or are they just in for the money? Or in their CSR statement, they are also addressing climate change, things like that. So is behavior across from individual into the society and into the industry.
Thank you so much, Tun Swan. And to round things off, I'd like to invite Eugene. Can you add on or expand, or maybe add something new to what the rest have already said about making sustainability a way of life?
Well, thank you, Wayne. And if I have the final word on it, I guess I would try to encapsulate what everyone has said in the following words. Because it's an existential crisis, I think we need to think global, but start local and start immediately. And so if I just may expound on some of the things that some of my colleagues have talked about. Harjit talked about hydrogenization. I think we need to think about the entire ecosystem. It's not just about the infrastructure, it's also about the storage, it's the transportation. Everything needs to be thought about holistically. And that's why we need to think at the broadest possible level. And I would say, as far as individuals being educated are concerned, I fully agree with all my panelists. That's absolutely essential. But to do a little bit more, I think we don't only need to educate individuals, we also need to educate organizations. So if I may be absolutely shameless in my pitch of A-Star's Green Compass program, we work together with JTC as well as TUFSUT to come up with a program that really allows companies to learn, assess, prioritize, and plan for sustainability. So I encourage all companies out there to look it up and perhaps join us in the public service to look holistically at how we can be more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eugene. And that brings to an end our insightful discussion about how research, innovation, and smart technologies can contribute to building a resilient and sustainable future. And I think there are just so many golden nuggets that our panelists have shared. And I look forward to how our audience will be acting on these takeaways in the future. Once again, thank you so much to our panelists for joining us for this discussion.
Once again, I'd like to acknowledge our panel of sponsors for supporting this event. On behalf of SUTD, I'd like to thank them for their generous support. We have an innovative feature here on the webinar where you can request a meeting with our sponsors easily. Just click on the Sponsors tab in our webinar menu to find out more about them. And then you'd also request a meeting. Coming up next, we'd like to present to you our next exciting lineup, the Industry Spotlight. It is a special time for our sponsors to share more about their companies and their capabilities. You can also click on the sponsors' logos in this webinar, which will bring you to the sponsors' website to find out even more about them. Enjoy!
Hello everyone, I'm Marilyn from City Developments Limited, or CDL for short, and I'm here at the Incubator for SDGs, opened in 2019, a public-private people partnership initiated by CDL in support of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The Incubator, located at Republic Plaza at Raffles Place, provides a rent-free workspace for selected social enterprises and startups with purposes that are aligned with the SDGs. We aim to connect startups with mentors and impact investors to help them scale up and grow their businesses. Come on in and let's join the conversation with Esther An, CDL Chief Sustainability Officer and founder of the Incubator, two social enterprises from our inaugural batch, and Christina Lee, founder and CEO of Global Green Economic Forum and the current manager of the Incubator.
Hello, Jeremy, JJ, and Christina, and really welcome you back. You know, you are our first batch of incubatees at this incubator for SDG. And we are really, really so proud, to have seen how you have grown over the last 6 or 7 years that I have met you when you were only the university year 2 student, right? And then for JJ, I also met you quite some years back, and I'm a fan of your product. So maybe what you can do is to just give a brief introduction of your business. Yeah.
Hi, I'm the founder and CEO of Simply Good. I'm Jeremy. Simply Good is essentially a sustainable home care brand. We produce dehydrated cleaning tablets like this that help to reduce single-use plastics and carbon emissions. Unlike traditional cleaning agents that come in a liquid format, they often are tossed out when consumers are done. What we do is we encourage consumers to reuse the bottle and fill it with water and pop a Simply Good tablet in to reduce carbon emissions.
Great. How about JJ?
Yeah. Hi, I'm JJ Chan. I'm the founder of Rehyphen. So what we do, we collect these cassette tapes from local and we weave them into pieces of cloth, and we turn this cloth into music cloth product. So like city map poster, we also have like different clutch bags.
I love this. I have this.
And those tapes that we have finished weaving is the empty tapes. We turn it into a greeting card. So which customer could customize their tweet in a tape. So we call it tweet tape, and they could send it to their loved one.
Yeah. Wonderful. Yes. Nothing go to waste, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Christina, you are now our current manager here. Yeah, and you are also a very established, impact investors and accelerator. Just a brief introduction of yourself.
Okay, thank you so much. So my name is Christina Lee. I'm the founder and CEO of Global Green Connect. We also run a social enterprise called GGEF, which is the current operator of this incubator for SDG. Obviously, we are a big fan and promoter of sustainability and SDG. So we are very happy to be here, invited by CDL to be the operator of this incubator for SDG to help impact startup to grow like Jeremy and JJ's company.
Thank you. Okay, hi, congratulations again, Jeremy, for being conferred the Forbes 30 under 30 list, right? Under the social impact category. Yep. And what we like young startup like yourself is really you stay true to the any one of the SDG. Sustainable development is very important, especially in our decade. We are living in a very disrupted world with a lot of challenges, whether it is climate, social, health issues and all. So what we really like, young people like you, is the commitment to serve social group. And apart from, making a sustainable business, and you're also serving, sustainable development. And maybe you can share a little bit more what drove you to do this, and how you have actually grown the business over the last 6 years.
Right. Thanks, Esther, for your kind words and support all along all this way. I think we met in 2015. As I remember, I was an undergraduate as a year 2 student at SMU then.
Yes.
We got connected in an SUTD competition called Create for Good. And that really sparked off my entrepreneurship journey as an undergraduate, then also to explore the SDGs. I think in then, it wasn't too popular.
Yeah, that time was like,
No, yeah. So with Simply Good, ever since we've evolved so much in about 6 to 7 years, and a lot of business building and a lot of challenges that came our way, and we've overcome them, especially with COVID. But as I mentioned earlier on Simply Good, what we do is sustainable home care and cleaning. And we're nicely aligned with UN SDG Goal 12 of responsible consumption and production, and USDG Goal 13 of climate action. And we've always been a champion of that all along our journey. And we've grown so much, especially across the years. We've transformed the business and scaled it. In fact, recently, we've just closed the pre-seed round, allowed us to move out of the incubator. We have our own office now.
Congratulations. That's what we want to do. Yeah.
Yeah. And, we've grown the team to about size of 10 today. Just last year, we've launched the Simply Good flagship cleaning tablets. If you see over here, they are dehydrated formats of liquid cleaning, helps to reduce single-use plastics, helps to reduce carbon emission.
Yeah.
Just last year alone, our pilot, we've sold about 25,000 units just online.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, and it just really signaled to us that the market is ready for a sustainable home care solution.
Multi-purpose.
Yeah,
bathroom.
so we have the multi-purpose, the bathroom variant, the window variant. It works like a redoxon pill. Use a bottle that you have, drop the tablet in, fill water that you already have at home. Secret that the industry is telling you is 96% of the cleaning solutions you buy are water. So just why not use the ones you have at home? So that's what we've done. And we've grown so much from a consumer market standpoint. In fact, what's really exciting this year, outside of Singapore, we are expanding towards 2 other markets. Very exciting plans that we have. And along the way, there were also a lot of challenges. And what we've learned is to overcome these challenges, to surround ourselves with very, very great people. And as the founder and CEO of the business, my mentor used to always tell me 3 things, Jeremy. You have to do right for the business. 找钱, it means find money for the business to grow. 找人, find people, the right people that you have. You want to surround yourself with people that are smarter, better than you to build what you're achieving and inspire them to follow along the journey you have. And 找方向, which is find direction. Find the direction for the startup, how are you going to grow the company 5 years in. And if you get these 3 things right, a lot of things will slowly fall into place, like puzzles clicking in. If you get one thing wrong, everything will crumble. So along the ways of 6 to 7 years, it took me a lot to learn these things on what to build a startup, and I think we are very excited to continue growing.
Wow, I think definitely very useful advice, but I also witnessed that you are very resilient and very hardworking. And I have seen you, having, meeting here, even, just after, open up, from COVID, you were here, like talking to your partners and all that. So I think really there are a lot of learning points. But now let me turn to JJ. And JJ, I'm a big fan of your bags and all that, because I think we have too much plastic waste in the world, right? Especially ocean, more than 70% of the waste in the oceans are actually caused by men on land. So was that the reason, why you, go into this business? And tell us a little bit more the challenges and also opportunities you have found.
Okay, sure. So I would like to share what is re-hyphen first. So re stands for backwards, or is also a meaning of repetitions, again and again, right? And hyphen is actually a sign, is linked both words together. which means that we want to partner with different organizations and brands to come up with different ideas and use our music cloth to develop different products. So this is our initial ideas at the very beginning when we first started this business. Yeah, according to the MIT Press, actually there are 56 million kilograms of plastic were used to make physical cassette tape since its first launch to the world in 1963. So this is part of the environmental cost in the music industry, not included CD and vinyl yet. Yeah, so we want to tackle in these issues, and we believe that music is a universal language that can tie everyone together, and it has the power to change the world. Yeah. So when we first start our Rehyphen, we only have 10 cassette tapes on hand. And right now we have already collected more than 10,000 cassette tapes, and we actually run out of our storage right now. Yeah. So we have been too much collecting these cassette tapes, and after we have enough supply, and we started to face difficulties in selling our products and how we engage with customers. So we started like different pop-up events, different workshops to engage with our customers. So we have been exhibited in different cities with different brands and organizations to target on different customers. Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah. So as a woman, young woman, entrepreneur, was there any, challenges that you want to share? And also, what would you advise, younger entrepreneur like you?
I think as a women entrepreneurs, I have an advantage of the skills of listening. So we listen a lot of customer feedback. So during the COVID period, a lot of customers feedback to us that they miss the music in the cassette tapes. So during the COVID period, we have combined the technology with our product, which every music cloth product will get a QR code like this, where they could scan and listen the QR codes to our special curated playlist in Spotify apps. So each CD maps has their special curated playlist, and we choose the playlist based on the CD moods and character. And now we also launch our CD maps in Quick Shop, Singapore Airlines, which you could use your KrisFlyer miles to redeem our music cloth CD maps, where those CDs are those Singapore Airlines will fly to. Yeah.
That's wonderful. Yeah, indeed, during lockdown especially,
yes,
we need calm, right? So
yes,
music is something that you
yes,
really help you to calm yourself.
Yes.
And I think for whether startup or established, mature enterprises, marketing is always a challenge. How do you reach out to a bigger network of, consumers and all that? And Jeremy, share with us a little bit of your, bright spots on how to reach out to the right targets audience.
For us, I think when it comes to marketing, it's about really understanding your product's value proposition, where you stand in the market and how you want to position yourselves. And now that we are scaling up, we start to get into a lot of digital marketing. It's what we see and what's scalable today, especially with e-commerce on this expedite fast track. We've been using the e-commerce channels to really grow and scale across other markets today as well. So I think there's a lot of more exciting opportunities out there for us in play, and we are still rapidly testing as a startup.
GJ, same thing. I'm sure you face the same challenges and all that. So I have seen, how you have expanded the usage and also product, range as well. So what's next for you?
So the next big plan, we actually want to connect with different organizations to help them to turn their organization waste into new products or new systems. Yeah, so previously we have did some consultation session with some organizations. For example, we designed and proposed to post office to use their old school, old postman uniform to transform into a reusable envelope projects. So this could help them to reduce part of the packaging waste and also change the whole mindset and system in the posting industry. So this kind of collaborations we are very happy to collaborate with, in the near futures, and we hope not just our cassette tape itself, we also help other organizations to turn their waste into usable products.
Well, definitely circularity is the way forward for a more sustainable world. So, well, I understand that your product really, stay true to the whole circularity, concept. Maybe you want to share a little bit more how your, the product line and the life cycle of your cassette tape and the music cloth.
Sure. So we collect the cassette tapes, right? So some of you might not see what is cassette tape look like. So we collect the cassette tapes from local and we weave them into a piece of cloth. We call it music cloth. And we turn them into products like music cloth knit books. We have this music cloth clutch bags. And our best seller is our music cloth CD mat posters. And each poster will write down the original cassette albums behind to remind people about the music. And during the COVID period, we also launched this scan and listen features where people could scan and listen to our special curated playlist in Spotify apps. Yeah.
So it's really a circularity of like the ownership also. People give you the cassette tape, you create new product, and then you sell it to other owners, and then it goes on and on.
Yes.
And hopefully, we will reduce the plastic waste in our ocean.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Christina, let me come to you now. I mean, these two inspiring stories, I'm sure you are very familiar with. You are dealing with a lot of, social enterprises and startup. Share with us how partnership and, investment can help them grow and all can work together.
Yeah, I thank you, Esther, and I echo what Jeremy said. There are a lot of challenges for startup to begin with, let alone impact startup. And but we do need a lot of innovative solutions in the market. And how could we help and accelerate? And I think Esther and I, we share the same sentiment or passion. Is all about collaboration in sustainability. There's no such things called competitions. So how can we help one another? I think, CDL providing, a space like this, I don't think the physical space is essential, especially post-COVID, but it is essential for bringing people together and, for collaboration, for discussions, and even resources, to share. So I think this is very meaningful, for startup. And we see a lot of startups, they go through different incubator, and after 4 months, 5 months, and then, okay, you go on your own. But like Jeremy and JJ share, it's a long journey. You cannot just dump them after 5 months. You need to have somewhere to host them and also, providing support. So I think this is where we come in. And yes, money is very important, but also I think finding the right investor and investees are very important. It's almost like dating and getting married, because when you are coming into the impact business together, it's for long term. You cannot say I invest and I want out in 3 years, 5 years, which is the conventional model. So I think this is a really good, I would say a home, for us to brew more impact startups, and that will really make impact and also changing culture, like what Jeremy and JJ's are doing. We have already seen some success cases, coming out from the incubator for SDG already.
Wow, certainly. I mean, for CDL, we are a developer and a landlord. Why we provide this rent-free, share space for incubating? It's just what you share. We believe in partnership. We believe in, doing together to amplify, ideas, action, and of course, impact. Well, we can't change the past, but we always say that everyone can help to contribute to change the future. And we all stay true to the spirit of the UN, Sustainable Development Goals, and we want to bring a larger ecosystem together, and leaving no one behind. And we're really happy to have like-minded people from different generations, different sector, different industry to work together. And I think we all have hope for the future. Thank you so much again, and let's all keep running and towards a net zero future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Esther.
Thank you, Esther.
What an inspiring conversation. To win this race to zero, we need all hands on deck, with entrepreneurs working with the support from corporate partners and impact investors. At CDL, mitigation and adaptation through innovation and partnerships will always remain a priority to build a sustainable and resilient future for all. We hope that existing, budding, and future impact innovators continue to dream big and create and innovate climate solutions.
Digital cities promise innovative and citizen-centric solutions to the future needs of economic growth, mobility, and overall quality of life. But how can you truly delight your citizens while preserving your city's culture and ensuring sustainability? We have huge problems to solve. Cities could become increasingly uninhabitable in the near future. Technology is the great enabler, but the real challenge lies in making the technology work for humans to solve real, high-priority problems for your city. Systems should improve the quality of life while enabling citizen choices. Imagine a city that gives people back more time in their day, makes them more secure and healthy. All this while reducing their carbon footprint. Our approach is to enable you on a multi-year transformation to this vision, creating a system of systems, ensuring it is agile, future-proof, and preserves privacy. Taking the city's priorities into account, starting small, and course-correcting as we scale. Our solutions are proven across geographies. Partner with Dell Technologies to create a digital city with the community engagement and unique culture of a small town, and the conveniences and scale of a large city. All with the sustainability and quality of life your citizens expect and deserve.
China is experiencing an historical transformation.
That new directions established can have a lasting effect.
Huawei is a $100 billion company. They have operations in 170 countries.
It's one of the world's leading companies in telecommunications, provides telecom equipment, network equipment, has moved into the smartphone industry, and has taken a position in the top 3.
Most people think that Huawei has come from nowhere, when in actual fact it's taken 30 years to get to where they're going. Mr. Ren, the founder, lived through a very difficult time in China's history, which included famine, the Cultural Revolution. He'd had a pretty hard life.
在我那个小时候，我在那个县呢，这个乡镇呢，其实是很贫穷的。我们家庭就算好一点的，因为我们父母都是教师嘛。那好一点的标志呢，我们家炒菜是可以放盐的，就放盐的，这就是我们属于好的生活条件。我们其实根本就不知道世界什么样子。
任总呢，他是74年到辽华参军，74年底呢嘛就分到实验室，他是实验室的是医疗专业技术员，就是东北真是特别的冷。白天的时候，你假如是泼出一盆水，马上就结成冰。战士当时给他的平时就喊他技术员嘛，所以都喊他人脑技。他当时就打定主意了，这个是怎么能够把这个空气压力能搞出来。所以当时呢很困难，既没有图纸，也没有样机可以参考，谁也没见过。终于把这个空气压力产品搞出来了。
离开军队以后，我们跟军队没有任何关系。走入市场经济，我们是非常不适应的，因为我们是计划经济模型出来的，军队就是1分钱都不能赚的。我们那个时候认为做工作做得不好，然后不会做工作，别人不要我们了。其实40岁创造这个华为的时候，应该是任何经验都没有。
Huawei basically started very, very small. 1987, Shenzhen, in an apartment. and Shenzhen was labeled what we would call today special economic zone. It's only in 1988 that formally private companies were allowed in China. But there was no real good ideas yet about what it takes to be a company.
我们呢创业时候的注册资本是21000多块钱，我找了几个人集资，他们都退出去了，这里面没有任何国家一分钱。我们那个时候去这个代理销售这个红联的这个交换机呢，这卖得很好了以后，他们也不供货了，就把我们逼到我们必须自己做我们的通信产品。
First 10 years were survival. It really was trying to almost take the breadcrumbs, what was possible.
因为我们那个时候是无路可走，我们根本就没有想链子不成功会怎么样。
We're working day and night, and you feel tired, you just go for the sleeping while, take some shower, and then you're coming back to work. Almost 1 month we do not leave the building.
但我记得很清楚的时候是，当时任总呢总是拿着一个大茶缸啊，在我们实验室到处给我们做很多讲话，对吧？我记得最清楚的是，就是有一个很好的愿景，就是我们要3分天下有其一。当然我们公司还很小的情况下，那我们只是听一听而已，我们也不是说特别相信。
History has determined the existence of Huawei. If China didn't open up, Huawei would not exist. If private companies would not be allowed, Huawei would not exist. It fit perfectly the bill, what was needed at that time for a Chinese entrepreneur to give the push towards what would become one of the biggest telecom companies in the world. What we've seen from 1980 till today is that it is an economic miracle because Chinese economy has grown by 42 times.
中国庞大的市场，任何一个东西都会有人去购买的。我们自己比较努力，积累了原始的资本。
In order not to die, you need to innovate, you need to grow, you need to learn. And I think this is where Mr. Ren was different. Whenever some money was available, he would try to put it in research and development.
我们原始的资本积累以后，我们并没有消费在自己身上，而是用于再投入，改善客户的利益。
当时我们进入这个行业的时候呢，我们发现我们面对着所有的这个城市市场都已经被国际上著名的通讯公司所占领的情况下，我们设备的唯一的一个机会就是在农村，但是农村的条件是相对恶劣的。我们做了一系列的个性化的、客户化的开发或者叫创新，真正满足农村的这个市场需求。
Huawei sent their people there, and no matter what would happen, they would stay until the problem was solved.
我们刚刚使用华为设备不久，突然遭到雷击，设备就是全部烧毁了。而人家是主动的提出来帮我们尽快恢复通信，采取手段，也感觉到华为公司确实不是我们原来接触的那些公司那个样，这个态度非常令我们感动。
When I first heard of Huawei in 1999, it was incredibly unusual. In IBM, we kind of misread the situation because we saw China opening up. And then Huawei came to us and they wanted this advice on learning management lessons, which really went back 100 or even 200 years in some cases. And so we thought that China would be a huge market for this kind of knowledge. The reality was that we were very wrong. It was really just Huawei who had this style of thinking.
You want to branch out, you have to go to the US. So Mr. Ren visited the Bell Labs. He saw how engineers were working there and creating beauty. It's the beauty that captures him, but that motivates him as well.
1997年12月份，介绍了一个 IBM 流程，讲了怎么在开发过程中把研发、市场、供应链、财务等等呢合在一起呢，变成一个团队进行开发。当时任总决定在华为公司引进 IBM 的 IPD 流程。
A lot of employees, executives at that time didn't want to have any foreign company to intervene. But he said, We had chaos. We need structure. We need to change our systems. We need to bring in knowledge we don't have.
每个小时的顾问费是$680，那时候我的工资也就5000多块钱。但是我们说，为了明天，我们必须要向人家学习，要承认人家的价值。这就是我们自始至终向西方学习，在这个学习基础中，我们逐渐在进行优化。
Huawei was very unique at the time, and actually 20 years later, they're still unique now with that style of thinking.
因为从2000年开始，我们国家在无线电的这个选择上，是 CDMA 啊、GSM 啊，还是什么东西，都是处在一种矛盾之中。我们当时判断呢，小灵通是没有前景的，它是可能会赚很多钱，但是是没有前景的，我们就没有做。CDMA 我们也做了，但是我们没有做 I95， 这个落后的这个体系叫 I95， 我们做的是 Vanix。因为我坚定不移走3GPP 的道路，做 GSM 这个道路，没有获得国家选择，个人精神是很痛苦的，不是如日度年。我不怕来自外面的压力，外面怎么能压我，我不怕，我还坚定这么走下去。
There is this almost North American style entrepreneurialism in the man. There is a spectacular determination. You almost feel like the company thinks it's going to fail every day. And so they have a hunger to innovate.
在我们不做中国这个市场的时候，在中国没有机会的时候，我们走向海外。
When the dot-com bubble burst, it actually had a massive impact on the whole technology sector.
Many of these companies saw they were in trouble and they reached for the accelerator. And they blasted into the brick wall.
A company imploding was like a cheer at every other company.
Huawei's rise is the story of the innovative China. In many ways, its survival is a miracle.
海外我们经历了不知道多少年，见不到客户。我觉得我们就背负着自己的产品，让客户认同我们，这个时段是非常难的。2000年左右才开始海外有人买我们一点设备，一点点的合同给我们。
Huawei, over the last 10 to 15 years, was focusing on these so-called less desirable areas. That's how they caught up to be huge.
We're the operator. We were so reliant on the innovations coming from the network vendors. Huawei consistently listened to us on what were our challenges to growth, what were our challenges to coverage, what were our challenges to capacity. And they absolutely went away and delivered a few months later in a brand new science.
而在欧洲很多地方的话，你要找站址是非常非常困难的，你还有很多古建筑，你也很难去做一些改动。当时我们就开发出一个创新性的解决方案，就是说把一个基站分成一个小盒子，再加上一个天线，接到楼顶上去。
They literally built it for us and took the risk on us, with us, that this would change a market. They've consistently believed in R&D making a difference and that the best quality product will end up selling. And it's served them well thus far.
我们不是卖低价成功而获得了欧洲市场，而是在技术创新、科技创新上获得的。在欧洲市场的突破呢，就是有这个得自于我们新格朗这个产品的做法呢，是来自于一个数学家，但这个数学家只有20几岁，今年应该30几岁了吧？因为我们觉得哪个地方有人才，我们就在哪个地方建立这个中心，让他们在自己的家门口就可以参加华为的工作。
Bangalore is Silicon Valley of India. We established the research center within 2.5 years with almost 700 India engineers.
Huawei is a consumer business 80 years ago. It's a very small business in Huawei. Our company even trying to shut off this business. At that time, Huawei used ultra low-end white-label products, the customer experience is better. I make a big decision to do middle-tier and high-tier products to promote Huawei, our own brand. That's quite a bold decision. The most important things to with our technology, our innovation, we should bring huge value to our customer. No matter how good we do, we should always think about how can we improve, how can we do better.
Before we started the project in Mount Everest, all the residents have moved away because in that temperature no one can live. Everything is frozen, including our hair. But after we finish this project, everyone can video call, send a message, send a picture to their friends. The athlete who climbed up to the top of Mount Everest, when they reached the top, they sent us the first picture.
最主要呢，就是提供一个全覆盖的服务，让所有的人呢都能享受到通信带来的便利。
The most important thing during the natural disaster is communication. Huawei's teams recover the equipment which the earthquake destroyed. And we will keep standing behind the client to restore the systems.
所以我们在这个公司的价值体系理想呢，是要为人类服务，不是为金钱服务。
When you look at ICT and technology, 30 years, it's kind of like dog years. 30 years is the same as 120 years in a different industry.
If you look at the adoption rate of technology over the 100 years, it's accelerating. So when I look at security, you have to take security from the customer's point of view. We think security is about keeping a network running. Cybersecurity is a team sport. So all of us have a role to play. Because we focus on the customer and only the customer, we deliver what they want.
华为过去的创新实际上是基于客户需求的创新发明。下一步的怎么办？必须有理论的突破以及基础技术的发明。只有这样，我们这个产业才有发展更多的机会和产业方向。
我们呢，只挣到钱不给股东，也不给员工，我们给客户。就是这些，一个是投向未来的科学研究，一个是为客户服务的精神落实到底。
I'm fiercely passionate about the way technology can improve people's lives for the good. Better health, better education, it can stop crime, it can solve crime, it can basically bring prosperity. And therefore, being able to use technology in a way that is moving forward companies and countries is very, very important to me.
So as a personal user with 5G, of course you'll get a much greater speed, but it will explode in internet, machine-to-machine, industrial, the digitized factory, autonomous driving. There's many, many new aspects that we're aiming to satisfy with 5G that goes way beyond the personal usage, and that's what's so exciting about the science.
大家也知道 5G 实际上是一个小儿科的产品 5G 实际上是人工智能的支撑系统，因为它有第一时间的优点。如果人工智能应该从正面来看它，会创造极大的财富，对不对？比如说一个拖拉机，它就24小时耕地，它也不需要人管它24小时耕地，对吧？它不粮食就种多一点嘛。第二点，有些困难地区我们人都不想去，让这个人工智能拖拉机去耕地就行了嘛。
Huawei is attractive because of its technology, because it's entrepreneurial. It's got capacity for 5G that no one really in the world has. It's supplying every part of the process.
说我们从芯片到系统，我们完全可以自己来担负起来这个东西。在这个网络连接这个设备上，这个就是说包括传送啊，包括接入啊，包括核心网啊，我们可能长期处在世界领先地位。
So what will the future hold for Huawei? I think that's an important question, not only for the company, for the founder, but also for the rest of the world.
等到全部都5G 化以后，信息的这个价格就会降下来。这样是让农村的孩子啊、贫穷的孩子啊，他都有条件能在网上看见这个世界，那就会提高他们的素质。提高他们素质，他们将来为人类创造财富的能力就会增强。
Punggol Digital District is Singapore's first smart district. Master planned and developed by JTC, it is the cornerstone of Singapore's Smart Nation plans. Integrated with a university and surrounded by a residential community, PDD's smart solutions will bring together people from all walks of life to work, live, play, and learn. The district will be a place where tech and digital companies can turn ideas into reality.
Singapore has been named the smartest city in the world by IMD. There's so many things that we can do in PDD. Smart building, smart living solutions, smart farming solutions. With ODP, we can use real-life data to test out our solutions. So PDD will become a playground for companies like us.
We are excited with the opportunity to work with JTC and their partners to design and develop the open digital platform. The ODP will be the digital backbone in PDD to have government and industry located in one place. Makes it easier for teams with different background and disciplines to come together for solutioning.
What we will be doing is turning PDD into an urban living lab that combines a blockchain and all the adjacent technologies to develop new modes of city operation and a new environment for forward-looking urban innovations in partnership with the government and the industries at PDD.
With a new technology like Spot, we realized that we can't introduce this new technology and get the full benefit of it by ourselves. It requires an ecosystem of partners, whether that's academic research institutions, industry partners that have a specific vertical focus, or government agencies that have a very real demand for a mobile robot.
ASP will be located within PDD, and we're talking about having creative workspaces, excellent facilities that allow us to be able to do events as well as breakouts.
We have seen many smart city projects globally, but what sets PDD apart is the meticulous planning and the strong government support. We plan to leverage PDD to raise more talented cybersecurity professionals who will form a new generation of cybercrime fighters for Singapore.
CSA envisions PDD as a node for growing and strengthening the cybersecurity ecosystem. All this to take us forward to a smart nation.
When our students are placed with the company in the district, many of them will subsequently bring innovative ideas from their work attachment back to the university.
Businesses in PDD can tap into SGTech's network of tech companies with the right domain expertise to find ready solutions for their problem statements.
At Punggol Digital District, the future is yours to create. Come join us on this exciting journey.
Hello, everyone. This is Mike Yang, the Senior VP of Quanta Computer and the President of Quanta Cloud Technology, as known as QCT. Thanks for having us to join the first event of SUTD. It's an honor to present our solution here. QCT designs products and provides solutions across from physical server, storage, switch, and all the way to the solution-driven technologies, including 5G, AI, and HPC. The advantage of QCT being able to deliver solution products in all ranges comes from the great manufacturing and the production support from our mother company, Quanta Computer. As one of the global Fortune 500 and the top 100 companies of the global innovators, Quanta has been shipping great amount of notebooks and servers, covered our footprint in the United States, EMEA, Pan-Asia, and other regions. With the support just mentioned, QCT can focus on learning from our customers, ecosystem partners, and the open source communities that facilitate the improvement of QCT's product defining in each segment, from server, storage, and switch to final assembly in a rack. 3S, 1R is the product strategy manifested to prevent the integration and compatibility issues. With such fundamental base, QCT steps into the virtualization world. We use open source like OpenStack, Kubernetes, and include our product design with Tier 1 software partners such as VMware, Red Hat, Microsoft, and Wind River. So when people are talking about software-defined data center, QCT has already had solid products working with the ecosystem partners for our customers. And gradually, these efforts of knowledge incubation grow into our capabilities to roll out to the open architecture of 5G for both public and the private sectors. Also, we consolidate different AI and HPC modules into the framework of what we call QCT Pod for different vertical industries like higher education, medical, and manufacturing. In this sense, QCT can provide various solutions to stimulate the innovation possibilities while collaborating with SUTD. We are really excited about being part of this big innovation family of Singapore. And as a solution product company, our investment in technology will not stop. In the following slides, I will have people from my business development team, Henry and Wayne, to give all of you a quick overview of the solutions that we are working with SUTD.
Thank you, Mike, for such an inspiring and rich sharing. My name is Henry Lai, and I'm the Business Development of QCT 5G Solution. As you may know, now comparing with 4G, 5G is established on the open and software-defined architecture, which initiates the convergence of communication and the information technology. QCT has been working on the 5G solution for all aspects, including network function virtualization, which is abbreviated as NFV, and the NFV infrastructure, and private 5G solution. And during our 5G product development journey, we found communication is no longer just for consumer market. 5G open architecture also combines cloud-native, edge computing, and real-time management, which enable the foundation of digitalization for enterprise and verticals in the market. Therefore, people are talking about how to have 5G into the smart city, manufacturing, healthcare, and etc. 5G communication does bring another momentum for the technology evolution. Here, I would like to share some smart manufacturing use cases from our customers by using QCT private 5G solution. In private 5G solution, QCT provides an end-to-end network architecture including 5G core for the core network and Gino B as RAN for the radio access network and the operation management tool, helping our customers to minimize the complication while doing integration to accelerate adopting 5G into their existing network. For example, QCT uses private 5G combining artificial intelligence with augmented reality to fulfill manufacturing safety monitoring, production line quality inspection, and augmented reality assisted maintenance, and also the operation. By doing so, customers can have real-time production safety control with facial recognition, which lowers the operation training cost and enables the better production yield rate with the implementation of our private 5G solution. Another interesting use case is the private 5G solution with long-distance healthcare. This is the project that we work with Taiwan government and the medical institution by having 5G core control plan in the northern part of Taiwan and local UPF with edge computing in the southern part of Taiwan. The distance between the control plan and the local UPF is over 300 kilometers. It helps the doctor examine the local patient remotely with localized medical applications. And now, we are sharing these use cases experiences to SUTD. And today, we are very honored to announce that the QCT private 5G testbed has already been set up in SUTD lab for more use cases development. Besides 5G solution, we also have high performance computing and artificial intelligence for more smart infrastructure support. So now let's welcome Wen to elaborate more on QCT solution for you. Wen, it's on you.
Thanks, Henry. Hi everyone, this is Wen. I'm responsible for enterprise solution business development. As Henry mentioned previously, the expectation of digitalization is happening in all industries. In order to fulfill the various requirements coming from HPC and AI, QCT is designing a framework which is workload-driven design, flexible on integration, is easy to deploy, and with a reference system approach. So, this is QCT Platform on Demand. We call QCT Pod. QCT Pod architecture consists of innovative technologies, includes a management building block with tools to simplify deployment and management, a computing building block with various design features to address different scenarios, and a storage building block to fulfill all kinds of storage requirements. And all these building blocks are connected through diverse network fabrics depending on the desired scenario. With this architecture, we can have greater flexibility and scalability to support different workflows. When designing QCT Pod, we also collaborate with various ecosystem partners who come in from different domains. Take healthcare as an example. The collaboration with many different ecosystem partners allows QCT to cover end-to-end smart healthcare workloads. From data collection, diagnostics assistance, treatment suggestion, and patient health status follow-up to boost overall digital healthcare adoption and improve healthcare efficiency. With QCT Pod, we have already assisted 8 medical centers in Taiwan to embrace AI adoption or digitalization with workload-driven and containerized infrastructures. Meanwhile, we are helping IT admins and developers to minimize infrastructure setup by providing management building block which includes a starter kit to shorten system deployment duration, a monitoring tool for data lifecycle management and system monitoring. Furthermore, fine-tuned application for workflow is also applied in the framework to accelerate the overall innovation processes. Another great successful case of QCT Pod is the Taiwan NEA 2 and Taiwan NEA 3 supercomputers for Taiwan's National Center for High Performance Computing, NCHC. NCHC adopted QCT Platform on Demand framework into their HPC infrastructure. The complexity of the cluster design and the power efficiency requirement of their national supercomputers gave us a lot of challenges. However, with the QCT pod building block, QCT helped NCHC on end-to-end architecture design, HPC AI benchmarking, and system tuning to achieve 9 petaflops of computing performance, which ranks in the top 500 supercomputer in the world. We even reduced the PUE down to 1.16 with our tremendous system design and liquid cooling solution, which also rank among the Green 500. In short, being a solution company, QCT is dedicated to providing 5G, HPC, and AI solutions with the latest technology and infrastructure innovations to help industry accelerate their digitalization and reshape the future. So, let us welcome Mike again and give us a few closing words before ending this presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Henry and Wayne, for the solution quick overview. Aside from the solution collaboration with SUTD, I have one more exciting information to share with you. We have foreseen the tremendous opportunities and felt great technology momentum here in Singapore. So now, QCT is going to invest more resources and join more research projects locally and cultivate long-term relationship with partners and the future business development in Singapore. New office, new 5G AI open lab, and local engineering team set up are under planning. In short, thanks again for the invitation from SUTD. QCT is ready to work with you and the ecosystem partners for the future. Thank you very much and have a great event. Thank you.
This is an era of simplicity, authenticity, and efficiency. An era of full competition. Singapore Mentorship Committee focuses on bringing together the experience and wisdom of successful international entrepreneurs and the keen perception of the world of the younger generation to fully integrate the cultural strengths of different countries and to complement one another as we adapt to a changing world today. As a not-for-profit organization, SMC is dedicated to creating a leading mentoring platform that embraces innovation. We provide collaboration opportunities, networks, and resources for the students of institutions of higher learning, young entrepreneurs, and business leaders. We have established strong partnerships with Singapore International Chamber of Commerce, Business China, the Law Society of Singapore, and institutions of higher learning in Singapore. Through the exchange and collaboration of mentors from different countries, we are able to focus more on matching new technology applications with different markets, enabling our innovative generation to reach a new level of market awareness and integration. We develop and promote a culture of continuous learning. We have organized diversified programs for students, startups, mentors, and enterprises. Embrace legacy and innovation. Join hands for a better future, connecting the global perspectives and resources of our mentors and partners. We are committed to nurturing young talent, entrepreneurial leadership, and business innovation for Singapore and Asia.
A warm welcome back to the 2022 edition of the First Industry Workshop. Now, earlier this morning, we heard from Mr. Chia Song Hui, Deputy Chief Executive Officer at Temasek International, Mr. Amit Midha, President, Asia Pacific and Japan and Global Digital Cities Dell Technologies, and also Associate Professor Lo Hong Yi, Engineering Product Development Pillar at SUTD, with their wonderful keynote addresses. We also learned from our esteemed panelists in the forum panel discussion on their perspectives and opportunities on smart application for sustainability. We also featured the Industry Spotlight, where our sponsors showcased their innovations and capabilities. Now, if you missed the earlier session, we will be posting a recording on the First Industry Workshop website. In our next segment, I'd like to acknowledge and highlight the various research centers, pillars, and clusters that are showcasing today. As a research-intensive university, SUTD will ensure that its research is relevant to and has an impact on lives and society. Ideas and concepts will be developed and translated into products, enterprises, or policies, which will have concrete benefits for Singapore and Singaporeans, such as the creation of new jobs, improving Singapore's position in the global knowledge economy, or informing national policy making. These efforts will in turn build a multidisciplinary research community with an open and collaborative culture that will also advance knowledge in technology and design. By clicking on the links on the First Industry Workshop website, you'll have an overview of SUTD's research centers, pillars, and clusters, and their research capabilities. Next, we are showcasing SUTD research projects by faculty from our SUTD research centers, pillars, and clusters. You may also find out more about these research projects from the SUTD website using our QR code or click on the link in our webinar.
Transportation is responsible for a quarter of the world's global CO2 emissions. This is a greenhouse gas that contributes to global warming. About 3/4 of that is due to road transport. This means the cars and trucks that we use to get our goods and to move around. The world vehicle population is about 1.3 billion vehicles today, and it's expected to grow to 2 billion vehicles by year 2050. Freight transport demand is expected to grow 3 times around the same time frame. So the challenge is really how to address this growth and demand. How can we make sure that we fulfill these travel needs sustainably? So my research at SUTD looks at sustainable urban mobility. We are interested in different ways to reduce the environmental impact of transport in our city. One of the most recent projects we did was to look at freight transport or the movement of goods in the city. And we're thinking of different ways to optimize the movement. So one thing we found out through the research study was that trucks actually idle quite a fair bit and also are not fully loaded most of the time. And these are signs of inefficiencies that we're trying to correct. There are several things that we can do as an individual to reduce the environmental impact of transport. First is to avoid car travel wherever possible. So this means adopting virtual meetings instead of physical meetings, or walking, cycling, and taking public transport like the bus or MRT. If we were to take taxi or private higher rides, we can consider sharing the rides. The average car occupancy is only about 1.7 passengers, which is fairly low. A car can actually take on more passengers, so share the ride when you can. Another thing we can do if we were to opt for car travel is to consider using smaller or lighter vehicles that's more efficient than bigger and heavier ones, or even consider the use of hybrid vehicles which are more efficient. In terms of online shopping, consumers can also make a difference by choosing maybe not so urgent deliveries or having their deliveries sent to delivery lockers. So this reduces the risk of missed deliveries and extra trips that have to happen. So small choices like that can actually make a difference as well.
We are constantly talking about the rising levels of the ocean, and us being within an island, we need to think about which futures we will be inhabiting and how to design for those futures. A future where the water has risen so much that the new structures need to float within the water in order for the kind of community to be able to migrate towards this island. Our research lab is called Form Actions. It is based in SUTD. We have used the topic of interest in Form Actions to also develop the work with the students in the various option studios, always regarding an exploration of the oceans and the conditions that the oceans will provide us in, say, 100 years through all the climate crisis that we are very much discussing right now. The Shenzhen Hong Kong Biennale is of particular importance for SUTD because this particular Biennale is called The Eyes of the City and is about the inclusion of new technologies into the way in which we live, and within those there is one particular district that has a topic that is about water. So I think it's a very appropriate place for our school to be embedded into it, in this kind of a conversation. The big task of the design was how to include in it models of different scales, of different option studios, AR, VR, and also videos and projections. And so we created a big plinth, which is about 180 square meters. Is almost like a floating, very sculptural piece that cantilevers, and it has recesses for all the models. The piece is completely painted in black because the space is also darked out. So the idea is that all the models will feel almost like floating within the space. It really pushes us to think about architecture and architectural design, urban design, not as being now and here, but it kind of requests from us that we think about a future.
Many people are concerned about recycling in Singapore today. I think one of the main reasons is people see that the landfill on Semakau will be full very soon in 2035, and they're worried about that. However, what people are often less aware about is the role the informal sector plays in recycling. And some statistics show that informal recyclers, which includes Karanguni and charities, collect as much as 90% of the waste recycled by households. At the same time, we've found in our own social research that the informal sector is facing different kinds of challenges today. One area is because of changes in the built environment, it's difficult for Karanguni to connect with households. Also because of people's changing work schedules when they're at home. So we took that insight from our research and tried to put that into a design project to look at how we could utilize technology to redesign the informal sector rather than the way that technology is often used, which is to disrupt or displace traditional systems like this. From that design research project, we developed an app for smartphones, which we called Honk. We then piloted the app in 3 neighborhoods in Singapore with over 200 users and 3 Kanguni. From that, we found a new series of challenges that were unexpected for us. In particular, we found that Kanguni rely on various ways of aggregating materials, and our app did not provide that. So what we're looking at now is how to combine aggregation with the app, either through something like a smart bin system or through social institutions like maybe a neighborhood committee.
Some people may feel that the flipped classroom may not be such a good idea because you are unable to consult the prof in real time whenever you're in doubt.
It's mostly us learning by ourselves without much guidance from our professors.
Some students might think that there's no class, I can just watch the video at home.
Since it's learning on our end and we still have school, we kind of take it as something extra, like extra work for us to do.
Flipped classroom means that you're actually bringing some of this learning back to the students. We transform an hour of actual physical lecture into a flipped classroom. And this is usually done in a way that it is a pre-activity. So the students are expected to learn certain concepts through the lesson material online, outside of classroom, before they come to the classroom. And when they come to the classroom, these concepts will be further explored and applied in the classroom. Having spent more than a decade doing actual physical lab research, right? So this was my research in bone tissue engineering. When I switched fields, now that I'm a lecturer and I went to class, somehow the passion for research was still in me, which is why I decided to embark on a full-on research, pedagogical investigation about the effectiveness of the flipped classroom. From the research that we did at SUTD in 2015, this was just a flipped classroom model but without peer instruction. So I didn't have the assessment component, neither did we have the peer-to-peer discussion. And we found that it didn't work so well. And so in the following year, and this is after the talk by Eric Mazur, we decided that we will try putting in some things that he has said. And so this quiz, peer-to-peer discussion and a quiz again, reduced the anxiety that the students felt. They actually looked forward to learning, and we find that from our experimental results, 80% of them received a full score for the second quiz, which means that the peer-to-peer discussion really made a significant difference and that they learn very well from each other. Many institutes have tried flipped classroom, but sadly all they do is they throw in some videos and then maybe a quiz. And so for our students at SUTD, for the flipped classroom, they actually have, I would like to call it a package, a flipped classroom package, where they get the video recordings, the PowerPoint slides, as well as a keyword list. When we actually prepare flipped classroom lesson material, we take many things into consideration. So for example, we ensure that we break each lecture into maybe 4 to 5 mini lectures, which are about 10 to 15 minutes long. The other thing that we've included is this thing called concept quiz. So every time a concept is taught, so at the end of every mini lecture, there are a few questions that directly assess the learning objective. Because we've been testing them on a weekly basis, that by the time it comes to the exam, right, they are maybe desensitized, or you can say completely prepared. We did see an increase in exam scores that was significant over the years after the implementation of flipped classroom with peer instruction. We also saw that the students were punctual for class because we made sure that the quizzes were, it starts at the beginning of class, they were actually present, right? So that helps with absenteeism as well. So the rationale for designing a flipped classroom is really the fact that we wanted to push some of the learning back to the students. We want them to have this self-directed learning skill. Every time we run this course, we actually collect feedback to make this learning experience better for the students. One of the things that we are also exploring is to see if we can use certain gamified lab simulations. So we are interested to see how we can use this or even games as a pre-activity, which I'm sure the students will find fun and engaging.
For flipped classroom, the e-learning, you are able to digest the information at your own pace.
It encourages self-learning.
I feel that flipped classroom is actually a good idea because it allowed us to go back and check all those concepts that we couldn't catch in class.
We produce 300 million tons of plastic every year, and 90% is actually missed, it's not recovered. It ends in oceans or ends in landfills. Plastic per se is not bad. I mean, plastic was invented in the 1930s, and since then, actually, most of our development in the last century cannot be understood without the benefits that plastic brought into society. The problem is actually also how society has become added to this material and the amount that we are producing and this lack of integration into the natural systems. We are not trying to remove plastic. We are not trying to go back 100 years on technology. What we are trying is completely the opposite. What we are trying to do is to bring materials that they outperform plastic in many senses. They open new possibilities and they enable to make engineering in a society that moves around biology, and by definition that society will be sustainable. So take, for example, the case of FLAM, right? The material that we made in collaboration with Stilianos. So this material is not only strong, but again, since we never modify the composition, respect the natural molecules, it's actually perfectly integrated in the ecology of Earth. So FLAM is made out of cellulose and chitin. They are the most abundant and second most abundant organic polymers on Earth. Cellulose is well known for everybody, is everywhere in green plants, right? Chitin is less known because of the lack of industrial uses. Chitin, for example, is the cells of the insects. The protective exoskeleton of the insect is made mostly of chitins. Same thing for molluscus and the sea cells. Actually, they are also made of chitin. So it's a molecule that nature is using in very different areas to make strong protective materials. In the Fermat lab, the lab that I lead in SUTD, we focus on the integration of biology in other engineering fields. We are setting the ground to what we call the biomaterial age, where biology will link and integrate with other engineering fields to bring them to the next level. In the case of plastic, what we are determined is to actually break this cycle of production and consumption of plastic in a non-sustainable way. And what we're trying to do is to set a new paradigm that is based on biological materials, where your materials are produced, manufactured into products, and degrade in closed regional areas. And actually they have this kind of circular economy society embedded into the material itself.
I like hawker centre because I like to hang out with my friends and my family.
We like hawker centres because it's affordable and there's a wide variety of food available there.
I like the hawker centre because of the local kopi.
I like hawker centres because of the food that gets passed down generation to generation through their recipes.
In Singapore, food is very important, and hawker centers is the place where people celebrate food in community. So we think this is a subject of study for us, and we think that the hawker centers could be further explored and incorporate new things to make them more exciting and more relevant in the future. Hawker centers now are under the pressure of the food courts and the malls. So the question would be, how can we make them relevant again? How can we incorporate new things? How can we change and tweak the existing spaces so that they are relevant and attractive for people and to face the new challenges that Singapore is undergoing? So part of the research I'm doing in SUTD is related to sustainable space making by using digital tools. So digital tools for architecture is the way that we can integrate data with design intentions. So we can merge very objective information with our intuition to really create sustainable spaces. So we can actually design geometries that are self-shaded and create cross ventilation that are utilizing more our resources, natural resources and energy, and to address more complex challenges. The challenges in the future, I think, would make the hawker centers be more integrated and articulated with society. So it's not a room where people go, it's more a space that is more connected, more open, and also more sustainable. So I see the hawker centers like something closer to a park than a room within a building.
The aviation industry has been one of the fastest growing industries in the world for the past 20 to 30 years. This trend was suddenly interrupted by the COVID pandemic, which almost stopped air transport activity all over the world. Until recently, congestion was the major concern in airports. Right now, congestion is no longer a concern for the airports because they are operating under very low utilization rates. This does not mean, however, that aviation research has stopped. In fact, we are going through a very critical moment that is going to reshape the way that airports plan their operations. My research team works mostly on the development of research on airfield and airspace demand management. This field of research aims to investigate how to balance demand and supply in order to operate better flights and more efficiently. To give you an example, airport schedules has been built over many years through a system of historical precedents called airport slot allocation. According to this system, airlines need to request slots to an airline in order to operate their flights at specific times of the day. However, once an airline receives one of these slots, this airline can keep that slot forever, provided that operates those flights at acceptable levels of delays and without match cancellations. The advantage of this system is that it gives some stability to the airports and the airlines that in the long term are not threatened every year by significant changes. On the other hand, this system has also been highly criticized because in the long term, airport slots become unavailable and airports does not have the flexibility to accommodate new flights and new market opportunities. In my research, we developed tools that combine machine learning and optimization models in order to support airports understanding airport demand patterns and passenger choices, and then help them designing better schedules that will take into account considerations related to airport connectivity, competition between different airports, and airport-specific constraints such as airfield capacity or environmental impacts. For instance, if a flight needs to be rescheduled, airports tend to apply a more manual approach to shift the flights around. Take for instance the Kangaroo route, which is a very popular route that connects passengers from London to Sydney in Singapore. If you need to displace one of these flights, for instance from Singapore to Sydney, then the passengers that come from London might have seen their connections disrupted. What we propose instead is a tool that leverages machine learning to optimize this process. Right now, the future of aviation is very uncertain, and nobody exactly knows what is going to happen in the next few years. What is clear to us is that sooner or later, we will fly again. And those airports or aviation agents that will be more prepared for the recovery will likely dominate the skies for the next few years. Therefore, having tools that allow us to quickly simulate different scenarios of operations will be critical given the uncertainties that we are going through. The Aviation Studies Institute is working on the development of these tools in collaboration with our industrial partners. We believe that these tools can help airports understanding better their capabilities and support them designing better schedules that will eventually lead to fewer delays in the airports, better passenger connectivity, and more sustainable operations.
I work in a new area in robotics that is called soft robotics. It's been in development for the last 10 years. And the main goal of soft robotics is to develop new and better hardware for robotics. Most of the state of the art in robotics right now has improved in performance regarding controls, software. But if you look at the hardware that robots currently use, it's the same type of hardware that we have been using for the last 50 years. That limits the functionality of robots. So one of the main drivers of soft robotics, which combines the use of materials, chemistry, and advanced fabrication, is exactly that, to advance the state of the art of functionality in hardware for robotics. So for example, in traditional robotics, we normally design individual components and then we assemble them. In soft robotics, one of the major advantages is that we can co-fabricate an entire system. For example, this soft finger for a soft gripper has an internal structure that is made of a stiffer material, has a skin wrapped around it. In the top surface, we have a flex sensor. All these can be fabricated in one go with our 3D printers, right? This is a robot that mimics a stingray. They have hundreds of little bony structures that are called lepidotrichia. And of course, if you were to build a robot to replicate exactly that, it would be a very complex robot. Instead, what we do is we only have one actuator per fin, but we tailor make the rest of the fin to have the right material distributions so that it will oscillate, mimicking the motions of a real stingray fin. The challenge is that the material properties of these structures, again, are non-linear and time-dependent. So traditional modeling approaches don't work very well. So we need to often resort to data analytics or machine learning, for example, to have a more accurate set of models. The challenges of modeling also affect fabrication. All of the fabrication done in the lab is, again, built in-house. We make our own printers because printers that are capable of handling this range of materials are not available commercially now. We have many industrial applications that cannot be tackled by traditional robotics because the hardware is not capable of performing under those environments or under the requirements of the task. For example, logistics, right? Nowadays, people order everything online. Here in Singapore, Red Mart, and people order a high mix of items. Your order can have some cereal, fruit, vegetables, rice, etc. Soft grippers, for example, are ideal for this type of applications because they can handle this high mixed low volume set of items. Another area where we can use soft robotics is in manual operations in harsh environments. These are tasks where humans have to do repetitive, dangerous tasks that require high dexterity. One area that we still haven't explored but we are really keen on moving to is the use of soft robotics in wearables, in particular for the elderly population here in Singapore. Soft robots, unlike traditional robots, are inherently safe to be used around humans. Right? So this lends to ideal applications where we have, for example, wearables that can be used for therapeutic applications, for example, for joint care or posture care. They can also be used in therapy at home to alleviate some of the loads in hospitals. It's an area that has many interesting, challenging research questions to be solved, but also that we see as having very good potential, in particular here in Singapore.
So people need three things to survive on Earth: food, energy, and water. In our research group, we are targeting two of these fundamental challenges, water and energy. And we want to use low-dimensional nanomaterial to solve these two challenging issues together. Usually in the research community, some research group, they are targeting on solving energy issues, and some group, they are working on water treatment. However, in SUTD, we are focusing on one very unique area. We are trying to find one solution for these two challenging issues together. So in one of our projects, it's called the desalination battery. Basically, we desalinate seawater, ocean water, remove the sodium and chloride ions from the seawater. At the same time, we utilize the sodium and chloride ions to store energy. So we desalinate the water and store energy, making that two steps together. With these new solutions, actually we can supply fresh seawater, desalinated water to everybody in Singapore. At the same time, we can have low price energy storage being available to everybody. My big vision for this project is we can turn the entire ocean into a big desalination battery, a huge desalination battery, so everybody can enjoy the desalinated water and free power from this huge desalination battery. We are also looking at to recycle valuable resource from the seawater. For example, as we all know, lithium metals is one of the natural metal we can find in seawater. We're also looking at ocean mining to recycle those very valuable metal ions from seawater and then utilize them as battery electrode to store battery or for other purpose. I think by that way, we can maximize the natural resource we can achieve from the ocean.
Advances in materials science often lead to huge increases in productivity and advancements in society. If you think about it, it's like the Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, they're all named after materials. And more recently, silicon and glass optical fiber led to the computer and the internet. So you can see that these technologies have had a profound impact on the way that humans live and behave, and also fueled the economy to a certain extent. And therefore, it's very important that we continue to design, discover and develop new materials. So we're studying chalcodrenide materials. These are materials that substantially consist of sulfur, selenium and tellurium, and they have fascinating properties. One of the properties I like and study the most is their phase change property, so they can exist in multiple states at room temperature. This is very different to most materials. Here we have an opportunity to switch them and use those to make devices that have switchable properties. So you might have experienced chalcodrenides, especially if you're my age, when we were recording most of our data onto DVDs and CDs. They were actually the active layer in the rewritable CDs in the 90s and noughties. These materials have a number of applications aside from the technological applications that we're looking at in Actilab. For instance, chalcodrenide is often used in solar cells, and they're used in thermoelectrics, also semiconductor devices as well. So in our group, we're moving away from some of the more traditional chalcodrenide materials that other groups are looking at for data storage, and rethinking some materials that were once discarded for data storage applications and applying them to photonics. One of the big advantages of our group is that we can go through the whole process from conceiving an idea for a material, simulating it, testing it in the lab, or trying to create it and test it in the lab, and then fabricating a device. So we don't only do device design and we don't only do materials design, we do the two things in conjunction, and this gives us an extra degree of freedom because we're no longer limited by off-the-shelf materials or pre-existing designs. We can design the materials and design devices synchronously for a specific application. We've recently found a material that has a very high transmissivity in the visible spectrum, and this is really useful for display technologies. We're currently working with A-Star, other universities in Singapore, to create holographic displays and beam steering devices based on these materials. And hopefully one day we'll all have a chalcodrenide holographic display in our living rooms.
Once again, a huge shout out to the generosity of all our sponsors. Our deepest appreciation for their strong support for the first Industry Workshop 2022. On behalf of the first Industry Workshop 2022 Organizing Committee, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude for your participation in making this event a success. It has been an interesting day filled with visions for innovation and collaborations for the future. My name is Wayne, and it has been my pleasure to host you for the first Industry Workshop 2022. Thank you for joining us, and stay safe.